administration. Represented at the memorial of former Kogi Governor Prince Abubakar Audu, the president said recent threats to national stability demand urgent and sustained action. He explained that the declared state of emergency on national security is a decisive war against all forms of insecurity, involving immediate expansion of armed forces, manpower, modern weaponry, and intelligence capacity to pursue criminal elements nationwide. The measure follows rising incidents of kidnappings in parts of the north, prompting the president to suspend foreign engagements to coordinate national response. President Tinubu also highlighted ongoing constitutional reforms to establish a state police force, describing it as essential for community-based security and youth employment. He further outlined plans to modernize the livestock sector through large-scale ranching that will transform the industry from conflict flashpoints to economic opportunity hubs. In the meantime, the Kogi state government has confirmed an attack on a Cherubim and Seraphim church in Ejiba, Yabal West local government area, where gunmen abducted the pastor, his wife, and several worshippers. The incident created panic as residents fled to nearby communities for safety. Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, condemned the attack as unfortunate and urged residents to improve vigilance. He noted that the attackers may have stayed within the area undetected and stressed that community members must report suspicious movements to security agencies, especially in isolated worship centers. Fanwo said government and security operatives have intensified efforts to rescue the victims and prevent further attacks. He cautioned residents against traveling through vulnerable routes and appealed for cooperation with security agencies to restore calm in the border communities. And still talking security, the presidency has faulted comments by former President Olusegun Obasanjo urging the federal government to seek foreign assistance to tackle insecurity. The special advisor on media and public communication to the president, Sunday Dare, said Obasanjo's suggestion amounted to surrendering Nigeria's sovereignty. According to Dare, terrorism took root during Obasanjo's administration, and the former leader is in no position to criticize ongoing efforts. He accused Obasanjo and other political actors of ignoring the early lapses that enabled security threats to grow while attempting to shift blame to the current government. The presidency insisted the Tinubu administration will not be distracted by attempts to rewrite history, maintaining that the government remains focused on strengthening internal security systems and addressing the threats confronting the nation. The deputy president of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, has urged security agencies to intensify operations following fresh bandit attacks in Tanyawa and Shinono local government areas of Kano State. The latest incident in Yankamaya village left one woman dead and 3 persons abducted. Speaking through his special advisor on media, Ismail Mudashir, the senator expressed concern that the attacks continue despite ongoing military pressure in neighboring states. He warned that fleeing criminals must not be allowed to establish new hideouts within Kano communities. Senator Jibrin called for urgent rescue operations and stronger preventive measures, saying that no efforts should be spared in restoring peace and stability across affected communities and protecting residents from further assaults. The Nigerian Army has neutralized 4 militia members and arrested a police officer during an operation in Usmanu village, Karim Lamido local government area of Taraba State. The raid followed fresh violence in a long-standing land dispute between the Shemo and Wukum communities. According to 6th Brigade spokesperson Lieutenant Omar Mohammed, troops came under attack and responded, recovering locally made firearms, ammunition, and motorcycles. Brigade Commander Brigadier General Kingsley Owa assured residents of continued operations to stabilize the area. However, the Taraba State Police Command maintained that the arrested officers were on official duty and not linked to criminal groups. The command said no incriminating items were found on him, though an internal review has been initiated. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government has declared full readiness for end-of-year festivities following a multi-agency stakeholders meeting convened by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. The engagement focused on improving visitor experience and coordinating operations across tourism, entertainment, and hospitality sectors. Commissioner Toke Benson Awoyinka said the state is committed to safe and well-regulated activities throughout the season. The Ministry of Transportation announced extended public transport hours, while LATMA will deploy over 2,000 officers to manage traffic across major routes. Safety agencies also outlined strict compliance measures for event organizers, water transport operators, and hospitality centers. The Environmental Protection Agency pledged tight enforcement of noise regulations to maintain a peaceful environment for residents. Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani has praised President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for appointing Alhaji Ibrahim Kabiru Masari as Senior Special Assistant on Political Affairs. He described the appointee as an influential figure with national reach. Speaking at Masari's empowerment program in Malamfasi, where 300,000 naira each was disbursed to 1,000 beneficiaries, Governor Sani said the appointment reflects the president's confidence in Masari's political experience. He noted that the foundation's support for small business continues to impact communities positively. Katsina Governor Omar Diko Rada and APC National Chairman Professor Nantawe Waldat also commended Masari's contributions that maintained that his presence in the presidency enhances the state's political influence as the party prepares for the 2027 elections. The Federal University Teaching Hospital Lafayette and the National Institute of Mastico Research and Development have signed a Memorandum of Understanding to advance vaccine research and development. The agreement was formalized at a ceremony chaired by the Coordinating Minister of Health, Professor Ali Pate. The partnership will combine NIPRD's research capacity with FUTH Lafayette's clinical and laboratory infrastructure. Priority areas include vaccine and drug development for Lassa fever and other major public health threats, with the aim of strengthening Nigeria's biomedical research ecosystem. Chief Medical Director Dr. Hassan Ikrama and NIPRD Director General Dr. Obi Adigwe commended the federal government's support for innovation. They said the collaboration reflects a renewed commitment to scientific solutions for diseases affecting millions across the country. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has appointed Onyebuchi Emenaka as Director General of the Strategic Communications Bureau, effective December 1. Emenaka previously served as Chief Press Secretary to former Governor Okezi Bazu before resigning from the PDP earlier in the year. The governor also named Igwe Samuel Obinna as Senior Special Assistant on New Media. The appointments were announced by the Governor's Special Advisor on Media, Ferdinand Ekoma. The new communication team is expected to strengthen government messaging, improving public engagement, and consolidate the administration's reforms across the states. The Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafio, has urged 2025 Batch C Corps members in Edo State to embrace prudent financial management. Speaking during a visit to the Okada orientation camp, General Nafio cautioned them against flamboyant lifestyles. He also reassured corps members of the scheme's commitment to their security and welfare. The NYSC boss advised corps members to remain vigilant, avoid risky movements, and uphold scheme's values of loyalty, hard work, and discipline in the service locations. NEL Fund says it has recorded 788,947 student loan beneficiaries out of 1,193,228 applications received since inception, with a total of 140.88 billion naira disbursed so far. In its weekly update for November 24 to 30, the fund reported 35,773 completed applications within the week, bringing overall submissions to 1.19 million. A total of 262 institutions and 788,947 students have so far benefited from both tuition and upkeep payments. Now Fund also noted that as of November 12, 3,367 applications were successfully completed in a single day, a 0.3% rise from the previous day. The agency confirmed that 140.88 billion naira has been released to beneficiary institutions, including 88.9 million naira for institutional fees and 53.7 billion as upkeep allowances to students. Managing Director Akintunde Sayar said the disbursement reflects the federal government's drive to expand access to education and strengthen national manpower development. Sayar explained that the initiative supports President Bola Tinubu's commitment to inclusive human capital growth, noting that Nigeria's next phase of development requires a blend of academic knowledge and technical skills. He added that while support for vocational programs has not commenced, the administration is ensuring full coverage of the national skills development agenda. President Bola Tinubu has submitted a list of 32 ambassador-designate nominees to the Senate for confirmation. The list includes 17 non-career politicians and 15 career diplomats expected to fill critical postings across major global capitals. Among the non-career nominees are former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode, ex-presidential aide Reno Mokri, former INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu, and former governors Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi and Victor Okezie-Ikpeazu. The nominees are expected to join career officers in representing Nigeria in strategic countries including China, South Africa, and Canada. The President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, said the Senate will soon commence screening to finalize the appointments. The new envoys will also serve as key multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and other international missions. The news around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. And now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu restates commitment to ending insecurity, renews call for establishment of state police. President Tinubu submits 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for screening and confirmation. The presidency faults former President Obasanjo's appeal for foreign intervention, describing it as unnecessary. Deputy President of the Senate orders immediate security operations to dislodge bandits in affected Kano communities. Federal government intensifies efforts towards strengthening local vaccine development and research. Coming up shortly, South African president dismisses genocide allegations made by U.S. President Donald Trump. Senegal moves to contain a potential oil spill off the coast of Dakar. United States carries out precision strikes on ISIS weapons sites following engagements with Syrian authorities. Welcome back. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has dismissed U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to exclude Pretoria from the 2026 G20 summit in Florida. He reaffirmed South Africa's position as a founding and committed member of the organization, insisting that the country properly executed all responsibilities tied to the rotating presidency. Addressing lawmakers, Ramaphosa also rejected Trump's repeated claims, accusing South Africa of committing genocide against Afrikaners and seizing land from white citizens, describing the allegation as blatant misinformation aimed at undermining the country's global standing. Despite Washington's boycott of the Johannesburg Leaders Summit, Ramaphosa noted that American businesses and civil society fully participated in G20-related engagements. He stressed that South Africa remains a full and constructive member of the G20 and will continue working within the framework to strengthen global economic cooperation. Senegalese authorities are mounting an emergency response to prevent a major oil spill after the Panamanian-flagged tanker Marcin began taking in water near the Dakar coast. The vessel issued a distress call between November 27 and 28, prompting swift action from the Navy and maritime teams. All crew members were safely evacuated, but the focus is now on stabilizing the tanker and securing its hydrocarbon cargo. Officials say operations include sealing the engine room leak, transferring the fuel on board, and deploying anti-pollution bombs around the vessel. Although the cause of the water ingress remains unclear, the Dakar Port Authority says efforts are centered on containing any potential spill. Authorities warn that any leakage could severely damage marine life and coastal communities if not quickly managed. The United States Central Command says it has destroyed 15 Islamic State weapons storage sites in southern Syria's Rif Damascus province. The joint operations carried out between November 24 and 27 involved multiple airstrikes and ground detonations alongside Syrian forces. CENTCOM reports that more than 130 mortars and rockets, assault rifles, machine guns, and anti-tank mines and IED-making materials were eliminated. Commander Admiral Brad Cooper says the mission was crucial to sustaining gains made against ISIS remnants in the region. The development follows recent talks between U.S. President Donald Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara. Syria agreed to conduct nationwide preemptive operations against ISIS cells, while the U.S. extended a 180-day suspension on selective sanctions to support the efforts. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit says Enugu State is rapidly becoming one of Nigeria's preferred investment destinations, owing to improved security and a strengthened business climate. The observation followed a tour of key government projects led by SEBIC Chief Executive Dr. Ifedi Okwenna. Delegates visited strategic facilities including the Central Security Command Center, Tech and Innovation Hub, Enugu International Hospital, Government Technical College, the Smart Green Schools, and the ongoing tractor assembly plant. Dr. Okwenna said these developments reflect Governor Peter Mba's push to boost investor confidence. He added that participants at the three-day summit explored new pathways for regional growth across 8 thematic areas. SABIC expressed readiness to partner with Enugu State to expand investment in agriculture, manufacturing, fintech, MSMEs, sports, and the energy sector. Dangote Refinery has announced plans to deliver 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly from December 2025, with output projected to rise to 1.7 billion liters by February 2026. The management says the move will strengthen domestic supply and reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported fuel. In a letter to the Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, CEO David Bird requested that deployment of government officials to the refinery from December 1 to monitor and publicly verify production and stock levels. The facility says transparency will bolster confidence in the local markets. The company, however, raised concerns about persistent delays in vessel clearance affecting crude importation and product loading. It urged regulators to ensure smooth operations, noting that inefficiencies increase costs ultimately passed on to the consumers. Authorities in California are searching for a gunman after a mass shooting at a child's birthday party in Stockton's left 4 people dead, including 3 children. 11 others were injured in the attack at a banquet hall on Saturday evening. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office confirmed the victims included children aged 8, 9, and 14, along with a 21-year-old adults. Investigators say early findings suggest the shooting may have been targeted, though a motive has not been confirmed. The FBI and ATF are assisting in the search for the suspects. Stockton's mayor and the district attorney have appealed to residents for anonymous tips, assuring that all resources are being deployed to bring the perpetrator to justice. In sports stories now, matchroom promoter Eddie Hearn says a jackpot victory over Anthony Joshua on December 19 will force him to consider retiring from boxing. Rapp told Sky Sports that Paul lacks the skill to defeat a former unified heavyweight champion. He described the upcoming Miami bout as a major test for Paul, whom he commended for accepting what he called a real fight. Hearn maintained that Joshua remains in prime form and fully prepared for the contest. According to the promoter, Joshua will dominate the match the moment he senses weakness. He predicted what he called a straightforward obliteration, warning that the YouTuber-turned-boxer could be overwhelmed once Joshua accelerates his offense. Nigeria's D Tigers have suffered a historic defeat, losing 69-55 to Guinea in the 2027 FIBA World Cup qualifiers in Tunisia. It is Nigeria's first loss to Guinea in 4 meetings dating back to 1985. Guinea took control from tip-off with a combined 40 points from a Solomons Worm Jr. and Shannon Evans. Their coach credited the victory to strong defensive execution that held Nigeria to 27% shooting throughout the game. The loss leaves Nigeria with a difficult task ahead as they prepare to face Rwanda in their final group match. Only 3 teams will advance to the next qualification round, with 5 tickets available for Africa at the 2027 World Cup in Qatar. And to entertainment news, Nollywood stars Funke Akindele and Iyabo Ojo have shared new photos showing their renewed closeness as they head to London for the premiere of Funke's film. Behind the scenes, scheduled for December 4, the actresses are seen twinning in outfits ahead of the trip. The pair rekindled their friendship in 2022 after years of public disagreements, and since then, they have supported each other at major events, including weddings, film promotions, and personal milestones. Funke recently named Iyabo her woman crush Wednesday, praising her beauty and talent, while Iyabo has openly endorsed Funke's work. The latest appearance reinforces their image as one of Nollywood's strongest examples of reconciliation and collaboration. Singer Peter Okoye has publicly acknowledged his wife, Lola Omotayo Okoye, for spending Thanksgiving with Anita Okoye, the ex-wife of his twin brother, Paul. A video posted by Anita showed Lola celebrating with family and friends, prompting Peter to commend family, to which Anita responded, "Fam ban." The interaction comes amid renewed speculation about Peter and Lola's marriage, especially after Lola's recent birthday message referred to him only as the father of her children. Despite ongoing family dynamics, she has continued to support Anita since her 2022 divorce. Lola has long maintained a close bond with Anita, celebrating her achievements and praising her parenting. Their continued solidarity stands in contrast to the strained relationship between the twin brothers even after their musical reunion. And finally, before we go on round, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's determination to overcome national security challenges, renewing his call for the establishment of state police to enhance community-based security. The president has transmitted a list of 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for legislative screening and confirmation. The presidency has described former President Olusegun Obasanjo's call for a foreign intervention in Nigeria's security matters as unnecessary and a misrepresentation of the nation's capability. Deputy Senate President Barrow Jibrin has directed security agencies to intensify operations aimed at flushing out bandits troubling communities in Kano State. The federal government has stepped up efforts to strengthen Nigeria's capacity for local vaccine research and development in line with national health priorities. And on the foreign scene, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has dismissed genocide allegations made by the U.S. President Donald Trump, insisting the claims are unfounded. Authorities in Senegal are working urgently to prevent an offshore oil spill near the Dakar coastline from escalating. The United States has carried out precision strikes on ISIS weapons sites following consultations with Syrian authorities. And that's the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidimma Asogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Nancy Marian. Thank you very much for watching. Happy New Moon to you once again. Good morning. Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sides represent focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad. Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year you eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning to my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now. Because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use as celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas, anywhere it's happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, O42, and a beautiful morning to everyone watching. And good morning to you, Mr. Oche.
Good morning, Debbie. How are you?
I'm fine. Happy New Month.
Many happy returns as well. Hope you rested well over the weekend.
Well, I did, yes. Well, you're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, joy, and bringing you today's cheer. I'm Deborah Wakba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at your desk, in traffic, making breakfast, Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and of course, it's Monday, 1st of December, and it's the new month and also the last month of the year 2025. So, of course, it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV here today. So, please relax. We're here with hot topics, the newspaper review, and of course, that special Sunrise pack to help us on our day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and we'll be starting things off with Sunrise today. We'll kick things off with our quote of the day, something that is thoughtful, with words that are inspiring, and also words that could help us stay well driven, stay focused, or also offer insight to whatever we do today.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and also give you our full weather forecast for today, covering cities across the southeast, so you'd know what to expect before you head out.
And later we'll wrap things up with some fun global holidays worth smiling and lifting your spirit.
Yes, and now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment. Now we're switching to gear with a quote coming from a business mogul called Mike Adenuga, who once said, "If we don't develop our country, no foreigner will come and develop it for us." Now I'm taking this quote again, coming from a business mogul named Mike Adenuga, and his quote, he said, "If you don't develop your country, no foreigner will come and develop it for us." Now this quote is speaking directly to ownership and also the idea of real progress in our country or of any nation. And then it says that in order to develop your country, you must start from within and do not wait for foreign people to come and develop it for you. Now, yes, foreign investors may come, foreign governments may support, and international partners may assist, but none of them will ever build your country, which is Nigeria here today. And then if they wouldn't build your country with the same passion, urgency, or understanding as Nigerians themselves. And also Adenuga is stressing that development is not imported, it is created by citizens, by leaders, by youth, by entrepreneurs, by communities willing to roll up their sleeve and move the nation forward. It's also a reminder that we should invest, or we must invest in our schools, we must build our roads, we must protect our industries, and we must nurture the talents God has blessed this country with. And also when we take the lead, the world follows, and when we take responsibilities, progress becomes possible. Now you can't sit back and wait for foreign people to come and develop your land for you, but instead you must take that initiative, because when you start what is at home, first of all, in order for them, they would come, foreign people will come, foreigners would come, they would come and assist, they will give ideas, but then they won't give the ideas as passionate as the owners of that country, as the owners of our Nigerian. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this quote.
All right, so this very powerful one, a call to national action, is a principle that is rooted on the self-reliance, rooted on collective responsibility, and speaking to the ownership of national destiny. Okay. And like you've rightly said, no other nation in the world will build your country for you. It's dependent on you. No colonial master, remember, if you go into history, there is no colonial master that built any nation. Yeah. They are there for their own interest. So if you are relying on foreigners, then you get stuck. There won't be development. You have simulation, mirrored like development. But all said and done, you will discover that you've been at a particular spot. It's only the national that can build their country. So Nigeria can only be built by Nigerians, and that's I think is what Mike Adenuga is talking here. He said, if we don't develop our country, no foreigner will come and develop it for us, which is quite up. When you go into history, every nation in the world is built by the national of that very country. Yeah. You understand? You may have migration, you may have importation of technology, but the will to build any nation is dependent on the national of that nation. And this call from Mike Adenuga is a call for us to reject external dependency. We shouldn't rely, on foreigners, in as much as, yes, who can, borrow technology. But beyond that, the external dependence should be jettisoned. We should first of all be Nigerians, speaking to Nigerians now. We should first think as Nigerians. There's this saying, you should think home first. Wherever you are, you should think home first. So first of all, we should think Nigeria. We should be Nigeria. And part of the challenge we are facing as Nigerians is that, first of all, we'll take a cultural identity before identifying as Nigerians. And rarely do you see people identify as Nigerians. So when we begin to redefine all this, and we'll have to equally speak to our leaders, they should lead in this regard. When we'll start having Nigerians and not having ethnicities, not that we'll forget where we are coming from. I cite the example from an experience of someone in Rwanda where he met people in Rwanda. You were asking him, where are you from? Where are you from? And they will answer, I'm Rwandan. And some people will look at him, does this man know what he's saying? You understand? Then until finally somebody called him outside. He said, in Rwanda, you don't have tribe. We are all Rwandans. Okay. In fact, it's against the law for you to identify by your cultural origin. Okay. You can't identify as a Tutsi, as a as a Hutus, or you just identify as Rwandan. And until we have that mind shift, we have that mindset in Nigeria, the better for us. And I want to tell you that relying on aid, no nation is built on aid. Nations are built on sacrifice. They are built on hard work of the citizens of every nation. Yep. So when you rely much on aid, loans, foreign assistance, you can't develop your nations with that. And the chain are tied to those foreign aid and loans, is such that you may find it difficult coming out of such loans to talk about, developing your country. Yeah. And this quote from Mike Adenuga, for me, is a sovereignty call, a call for national action, where sovereignty becomes, the limelight, where our political dependence has to be our economic dependence, anchored on economic, intellectual, and self-determination as a nation that wants to move forward. So it's quite apt and quite germane when Mike Adenuga calls attention for a successful businessman like him who've traversed through the length and breadth of the globe, running successful business, coming out to tell you that, it's only Nigerians that will build Nigeria. Then there is something there. He has seen something a lot of people are not seeing. A lot of things that everyone, even the leaders and the led, should own up to. Those dreams that we have, those things that we'll see in other nations, we'll see how things work in other nations, they can be replicated here. So this may tell you that the weight is a collective one. It doesn't just lie on the leaders, it doesn't just about the led. No, it's a collective effort for us to come together, move and push the nation to the direction where we think we want it to be. Waiting for the Americans, let me go back to the issue of insecurity that is happening in Nigeria, for example, where a lot of persons are calling the United States government to put boots on ground to come and resolve the security challenges. But I can tell you, as is consistent with other nations where you have seen foreigners coming to resolve their security challenges, after a long while you see them relapse, because more often they do not take the lesson of history, knowing that their nation will be built by them. When you craft your own national policies and surmount your challenges yourself, it shapes you better, makes you more responsible to know that, that we've learned from this experience. And that's why, unfortunately, things seem to go in reverse in our nation. Why I cite an example with nations where you see that they fought civil war, for example, they come out from the ashes stronger, more united. Even the America that we cite fought a very terrible civil war. And beyond that civil war, I'm not even talking about the War of Independence. They fought to be won. Why you have those stars, around the American flags and all that, signifying the states that form the United States of America. They fought for that unity. And you see the way they cherish that unity. That's expected of any nation that has gone into civil war. They come out stronger. And in our case, we should have the opportunity to talk about those things that, that separate us. And from there, we begin to build a united front. And for me, beyond the call from Mike Adenuga is the call for civic duty. every Nigerian, every citizen, every individual, every leader should know that they have a duty. They owe it a duty to this nation.
Yeah.
And it's quite unfortunate that even when you interact with the so-called leaders, there are many of them who do not believe in this nation. You know, jokingly, I remember when during screening of these appointees, I'm not talking about this dispensation, but sometime in the past, where you would bring the supposedly appointed officers when they come to defend themselves at the Senate, and there will be some of them will be asked to sing the national anthem. And it surprises you that some of them can't can't recite the national anthem. I'm speaking to the old national anthem, not this new one that a lot of us can't even, a lot of us can't recite. Yes, when we take that toll, you see that a lot of us can't recite that. But as nationals of this nation, we should take pride in the Nigerian, anthem, in the Nigerian symbols.
Okay.
Which was why when you saw that incident with the FCT minister and the soldier, there were a lot of outcry just for the fact that that young man was on the Nigerian military uniform. Is something that should, call your attention to patriotism, and this is the way to go. Beyond the civic responsibility, talk about integrity in the nation. These are the little factors, that matters in building a country that will move forward, that will be stronger. So for me, I celebrate Mike Adenuga for a lot of things, and for someone that you don't hear his voice often, who rarely venture into political issues, getting this statement coming from him means a lot to me. It means that, yes, beyond the man that we admire as a business mogul and an intellectual, mobile, savvy businessman, that he has a passion for this nation by calling our attention to the fact that, yes, Nigeria can only be built by Nigerians.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Now, this quote coming from Mike Adenuga is also saying that when we take responsibility, that progress becomes possible. Now, this quote is actually telling us about ownership and also being patriotic towards your country, wherever it is. You don't necessarily have to be Nigerian, but speaking for everybody, actually. You're living in this country, you know the changes you want to happen in this country. Now, all you need to do is take that responsibility, take that civic responsibility to try and build your country in the way you want it to be. Now, let us have this passion of trying to make Nigeria a greater place, and let us work on it. So as we go about our day-to-day, let us know that nation building is a team sport, and that every Nigerian has a role to play in any of this part. Now, also remember that each new sunrise is an opportunity for us to grow, an invitation for us to try something new and simply be more present in whatever we do. And please let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, or at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And please do not forget this quote coming from Mike Adenuga, that if we don't develop our country, no foreigner would come to develop it for us. Rather, they will just come to assist you. Like the problem of the insecurity we are facing right now, where the United States has already called our state, our country, as a country of particular concern. Yes, now they would want to assist in certain ways. Now we are left to build our country. We are all brothers, like you said in when a person comes and asks a Rwandan person, who are you, where are you from, and person says Rwanda. Now we know we have many ethnic groups in Nigeria here. We have more than 250 ethnic languages, and we have this. Now we are brothers. We are brothers and sisters. Even though we are from different tribes, we are all Nigerian. So let us join our hands together to try to make Nigeria a better place, not for only us, for those that are yet to come out, from our children's children. Now you create a peaceful world, you create a peaceful environment for them if we join our hands to build this country and make it a better place.
Yeah, and I can only part with the words that national greatness is not a gift that is granted, no? It is a task that must be undertaken by everyone.
That's true. All right. Thank you very much for listening to us on the quotes today. Please stay with us. We'll be right back shortly after the break.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all, it's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy, the fun, it's here.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a look at weather across major cities in the southeast today, beginning with Oka. Good morning, Oka. You're waking up, you'll see some clouds, a mild temperature at 26 degrees Celsius, quite comfy. Early hours stays mostly clear or partly cloudy. But heads up, in the morning there's a chance of showers, so maybe grab an umbrella if you're heading out. Afterwards, the sky brightens up. Expect sunshine plus partly sunny spells, with temperatures climbing to 29 degrees Celsius by afternoon.
Good morning, Enugu. Welcome to the coast city. Waking up to mostly cloudy skies and a warm 30 degrees Celsius. Overnight, we stay mostly clear, dipping to 24 to 23 degrees Celsius. As the morning goes on, clouds hang on, but skies start to clear around mid-morning into early afternoon. Temperatures heat up to 33 to 36 degrees Celsius by early afternoon, with hazy sunshine, dew illuminating, hot and sunny ahead.
And in Abakaliki, kicking off the day with mostly clear skies and warm 29 degrees Celsius. Overnight temperatures dip to 25 degrees Celsius, cozy enough. Morning stays pleasant under mostly clear to partly cloudy skies. By midday to afternoon, sunny and hazy, with temperatures rising to a toasty 35 to 36 degrees Celsius. Hot afternoon, light clothing recommended.
And over to Imo State. Good morning, Owerri. This morning begins with clouds around 26 degrees Celsius. Overnight will be calm and mostly clear around 24 to 23 degrees Celsius. Today's fun fact, around 7 to 8 a.m., there might be thunderstorms, possibly heavy, so be ready if you are moving about early. After the storm, expect partly sunny to clear skies by mid to late morning. Temperatures will rise to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, warm and humid afterhead.
And in Omahia, the day starts partly cloudy with around 28 degrees Celsius. Overnight, clear to mostly clear skies, dipping to 24 degrees Celsius. Early morning may bring some rain showers. Good idea to have rain gear if you're out early. As we move into midday and afternoon, sunshine returns with temperatures climbing to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with more updates.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all, it's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy, the fun, it's here.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year. There's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning to my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now. Because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use and celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas. Anywhere is happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So, with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV. Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines today from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us is an in-house analyst to give flesh to these topical issues, Mr. Res Chinwuba Arom. It's good to have you, sir.
We are part of it, and we'll continue doing justice to it.
All right, and I hope you rested well over the weekend.
Yes, of course.
Good. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Happy
It's good to have you on the show again this morning.
Yes, all right, thank you very much. Now we'll be taking a look at the headlines on The Nation paper, starting at the top left, where it says Oshun SSG Adoti dumps Aribo Shola Group. And then in the middle it says Dangote pumps 50 million litre of petrol per day into market. And then at the top right says Tinubu Audu left a template for good governance in Kogi. And also how to halt escalating security, build nationhood by Bakare. And then the middle, the major new headline in the middle says it's now total war on terrorists. And then in the Punch headline, over to the Punch headline, says at the top left says bandits kidnap 490 in 2-week rampage. And at the top right says insecurity, state assemblies move to debate state police. And then in the still at the top right, FG ASU enters talks on 40% pay rise. And then crude for loans, NNPCL battles 8 trillion naira outstanding debt. And in the middle, below the major headline says 828 million litres of petrol imported to avert nationwide shortage. And also 2027, I won't settle for VP slot, says Amici. And at the bottom, it says this nation is only as strong as the initiative we show, the courage we carry, the understanding we build and loyalty we give. Then over to the Vanguard newspaper. At the top left that says FDI loses ground despite surge in inflows. And also at the top right, presidency to Obasanjo, terrorism took root under your watch. And then on the Vanguard headline, the major headline on the Vanguard says insecurity, bandits unleash terror in Kogi, Kano, Sokoto, Kwara. Then over to the Guardian newspaper, the major news, the headline that says 42,000 schools still vulnerable despite 30 million safe school fund. And that is all for today's top newspaper stories today. Mr. Oji.
All right, here we are. We are still talking about insecurity in Nigeria. But of most important, let's look at the Punch headline, please, where we are talking about the issue of crude for loan. Crude for loans. NNPC battles 8 trillion outstanding debt. Mr. Res.
Well, there's always been problem with an NPC because there were times when it was claimed or alleged that they're short paid or they are not paying in the much they have gotten as revenue to the federation account. And now we're talking about debts now on its own. They seem to have they are battling with debts because there's debts everywhere. Nigeria as a nation is equally battling with debt. It's not just NNPC. 8 trillion, you said?
Yes,
A
8
whole lot
trillion.
of 8 trillion. So you now talk about, and that percentage is just 1 little percent of what Nigerian nation as a whole is owing, both domestically and internationally. So there is debts everywhere, and it is affecting our economy. It is affecting what we are doing, because when you have debts everywhere, and most often when the debts are matured for payment, you have the Debt Management Office, DMO, and I don't know how they are really managing that. Sometimes there are hicks here and there, but with 8 million debts by NNPC and the battle, I wonder. And sometimes now it may begin to affect it may begin to affect the supply of petroleum products to the Nigerian people. It may also begin to affect the businesses of NNPCL, because they're into crude sales, and if it affects it, it means there'll be a downturn on the revenue of the federal government. And when there's a downturn in the revenue of federal government, there's going to be a downturn of same to the states, because all the states, we have just a few states that can survive on their own. You know, the revenue from the federation account is the major fund that the states use to develop their own places, their own states. So if this debt problem begins to have very negative effects on NNPCL, it will certainly get to the states and the local governments.
All right. But let me ask, are you as concerned as most Nigerians? Because a lot of people have posited that these borrowings are not for capital development, rather they are being borrowed for recurrent expenditure in Nigeria.
Nigeria has always been a borrowing nation. If you go back to the days of the military, we borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. We remember the Paris Club. We borrowed money, we couldn't pay. The economy of the country nosedived. The economy of the country fell so badly that at a point there was a declaration of austerity. The austerity measure had a very hard negative effect on the people, populace of Nigeria, hunger. And at that time, productivity was so low. You know, this is not a producing nation, it's a consumer nation. And we are borrowing money to fund our international receipts. We are borrowing money to fund international trade and other things, transactions that both the individuals and the nation has with other countries and organizations across the world. So you borrow this money and you want to, sometimes you exhaust what you have borrowed, you will go for more. At this point now, the statistics is that we are owing several trillion naira, both in local, that is domestic, and international foreign debts. So it is not a very good thing. If Nigeria will have to move a little bit to production, for instance, we have those who are in the production of palm produce. The palm produce that Malaysians are the highest and the best in the world now were palm nuts taken from Nigeria in the 60s. And today, they're the biggest and highest producer of palm produce in the whole world. And we were the highest then, at that time. And today, where are we? If we go to production, such thing as that palm produce, Because from palm, you get a whole lot of things. If you go to production, okay, you see the automotive industries that the government had initiated over the years, not one is presently working. We had one in Anamco, we had another one in Bauchi State, Belet, and so on and so forth. There are about 5 of them. Voxode in Lagos, another one in Ibadan, I think it should be in the west. So they are all there, and where are they? Then we started the steel rolling mill. And we started the steel rolling mill, we started the Ajokuta steel rolling mill, which is the mother of all the rolling mills. And at the end of the day, Ajokuta has been, running around as if nothing has happened. Some people blame it on government. Some people blame it on the technology, that the technology is the Russian technology of the old, it's not a modern steel mill, and all that. We have the Ajokuta, we have the Alaja steel rolling mill, we have all these mills. Which one of them is surviving? Which one of them is making us to get self-sufficient in steel production? And now we have steel, we have other things that could be made from steel. That is technological advancement through steel production and all that. We cannot go anywhere. And we buy these things, and we borrow money as well to get these things down to this place. So it is even presently that they are talking about revamping the Ajokuta steel rolling mill. I wonder how real that will come to be. But insofar as we are a consuming nation, we are in trouble. The textile mills are nowhere to be found. We had how many textile mills in Lagos, in Kano, in Kaduna? We had the steel, and there were, apart from government, the textile industries were the second highest employers of labor in Nigeria at that time. But where are they? They're no longer producing. So all these, the clothes we wear, all of them, most of them are imported. In fact, about 90% of all of them are imported. So which means we continue to get the money and spend it out there. We borrow, we spend it out there. So it's a problem. Right. It's about time Nigeria will begin to think inwards on how to develop itself. I have touched agriculture, I have touched technology, I have touched, and of course, we have produced eggheads who are even doing very well overseas in different countries of the world. Government can begin to think about getting these people to come down here and then open a technology hub where these eggheads will begin to think about prototypes, and then industries will buy into it and hold a franchise to produce them. And it might, of course, get to even international market. But even before it gets to international market, we must have exhausted the use of such technologies here in Nigeria. We are about 200 million people. And with 200 million people, of course, it's a big market.
Okay. Very well said. It seems to be a vicious circle, when you talk about Nigeria and debt. But you've cited developmental efforts from our founding fathers. Talk about the palm produce, you mentioned the steel, you've gone to textile. It seems that the founding fathers had a clear view and direction of what they wanted for this nation. But I want to ask, I bet the fact that you've given solutions what we should do to come out of this quagmire. But I want to ask, just for emphasis, where do you think we missed the road as a nation?
Yeah, we eventually missed our road when we had a problem during the 60s, especially the 1966 coup. You find out that the Eastern Nigerian economy at that time was the highest growing economy in West Africa, because Emma Okpara, as the premier of the Eastern region, was able to institute or was able to build a steel complex. The carcass of that steel rolling mill is still there till today. He was able to build star hotels in various places in the Eastern region. He was able to go into cashew plantation. He was able to do rubber plantation. If you go to Dupani, the rubber plantation is there. He was also able to go into palm produce. And where did he get all the money to do these things? Because it was an agro-based economy. You see, the northern Nigerian government at that time were also interested in groundnuts. That's why you had the groundnut pyramids. So Nigeria was exporting agro products that were enough to rake in revenues. And so the wood, other smaller industries to come in. You remember that some of these industries came in and started businesses in Nigeria. And they were flourishing. And that was why. Well, immediately we had the coup in 1966. It was labeled an Igbo coup. It is until recently that, you know, the truth is coming out and people are beginning to know who were involved in the coup, and it was not truly an Igbo coup. And of course, it was even Ojukwu who worked very hard to ensure that it stops that process. So, at the end of the day, the military came into office. And you know the military, they were not trained to handle governance. They were trained to handle security issues in a country. So I wonder, when the military was piloting the affairs of Nigeria at that time, Nigeria was ruled by decrees and edicts. If the military, when they were handing over, had planned for a constitutional conference, a positive one, a constitutional conference that will bring together Nigerians, their representatives, and then they now talk about how to coexist. So that is the problem today. The problem today is that they did not bring in all the people required to talk about how they exist so that you have a people's constitution. Today, you see, you have amendment upon amendment upon amendment upon, yet the problem still lingers.
Okay.
That is what I think, or when I think
we missed the mark.
We missed the mark.
Right.
If we had, when we got independence from Britain, and those people had continued, there would have been a very clear roadmap on where we were going.
All right.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we're moving over to, still on the Punch headline that says, FG ASU enters talk on 40% pay rise. Now the federal government has reportedly placed a fresh proposal on the table, a 40% salary increase for university lecturers under ASU. Sources in Abuja confirmed that this offer is part of renewed efforts to resolve long-standing issues between the government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities. And this comes just as ASU leadership prepares to return to formal negotiations with the government team, which will be led by respected statesman Yayale Ahmed. And now this move follows a key decision reached during ASU's National Executive Council meeting held in Abuja on Sunday, where branch leaders gathered to review the government's latest position.
All right. Mr. S, is encouraging that this time around we are seeing that the FG and ASU are talking, but this calls attention to the issue of industrial action in Nigeria, perpetual strikes. I want to get, you are smiling already because I want to get your view on this issue of ASU, federal government in perpetual negotiation. And often we see ASU protest by going on strike.
You see, it is a recurrent decimal in Nigerian politics. Strikes has always been there. The labor and government problem, and even organized agencies. But if you look at Nigeria, especially ASU and the government of Nigeria, there have been strike, negotiation, over negotiation, strike upon strike, or strike after strike, strike after strike, till today. And most often, these problems are not resolved. That is the question you now ask yourself. Why is it there's a persistent problem between the ASU leaders and the federal government, or between the labor leaders and the government? You see, it is almost in perpetuity that there's a face-off between both bodies. I don't know, but has it ever been resolved? Has government ever implemented what they agree? Because most often you say ASU and federal government signs agreement. And when such agreements are signed, at the end of the day, it will not be implemented even 50%. And then ASU will have to force them to the table again, with another warning strike or strike, as the case may be. Do you understand? They will now declare face-off, and government will now begin to invite them to the table. Because government, after signing these things, it's like they don't have the will. It's like, I don't know, or that they are unable to fund what they agree to fund. And ASU says what they are interested in is to ensure that we have very stable academic situation in Nigeria. That is their primary goal. But who knows? They also want to be well paid, because salaries are not good in Nigeria. Salaries generally are not good in Nigeria. You have just a few organizations that can afford to pay, good sums for their workers, especially international organizations that are domiciled in Nigeria. That's where you have good pay. And of course, the workers are vested with enormous responsibility. They also put in as much to ensure that what they are paid for, they give the equivalent to the organizations they work for. So here, ASU is saying government should do this, do that, so many things. Government will, at the end of the day, they will meet at a point and they will sign. Will government fulfill that? Has it ever been fulfilled? If it has always been fulfilled, then there won't be so much of ASU. It will take a little while. We had the ASU problem a few years back during the Muhammad Buhari administration, and now Tinubu administration here, there's ASU problem again. And so it continues to happen. There's no administration that there is no face-off between labor and government, especially ASU. Sometimes, we know those days we used to hear about Frank Kokori and all that. These are labor, even when the senator, the former governor of Delta State,
Adams Oshomole
was the labor leader in Nigeria. And there was still all this face-off. Look at Adams now speaking. He's now on the other side. Do you understand? The other time, he was on the side of the labor. And today, he is now on the side of government. And this is you see the way he talks. He's like one who talks from both sides of his mouth. You say this thing today, and tomorrow you say the other. So these are all part of it. While I want to appeal to government to please at this time, live up to their billings with promises and agreements reached with labor organizations, not just ASU alone. That will serve us better. And of course, will make our academic system to be strong, virile, and worthwhile, worth doing, which is worth doing well.
All right.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now over to our next paper coming from The Nation, headline that says, "It's now total war on terrorists." Now The Nation headline is reporting that there's a strong declaration the security fight in Nigeria has officially entered what they've called total war on terrorists. And this signals a more aggressive crackdown by the authorities, a commitment to go all out against terror groups and bandits threatening communities. Expect increased operation and efforts to restore peace around the country.
All right, Mr. Rex, we'll still revert back to you. We're seeing total war on the terrorists. Does this make of the will from our government to obliterate these terrorists?
Well, you see, when there was these claims of genocide of Christians and all that, and the American government, Donald Trump particularly, declared Nigeria as a special concern, a state of special concern. Everything, government side has been trying to calm down that claim, you know. And when Trump said he's coming to Nigeria, the Nigerian government had to sit up. He said, if you don't protect your citizens, we'll come in to help out and flush out the bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. So, but when it was said a few weeks ago, in fact, terrorism, banditry, and what have you, stepped up their activities. In fact, they were kidnapping with reckless abandon and killing people. You can see one of the headlines said about 490 in 2 weeks. The Kwara, the Niger, the Kanu, the KB, and all what not, you know, the Kogi kidnaps. So they were kidnapping everywhere. So that is why government had to step up its activities. And of course, the president himself had to change a lot of persons in the security architecture. Got new persons, chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, chief of naval, chief of air staff, and all that, and charged them with the responsibility of fishing out those terrorists and bandits. More so when we had a general killed at the front. And today, somebody, as reported by one of the newspapers, that the terrorists are now using satellite images. That is to say that they know when government forces are coming for them, because they use satellite images to monitor the government forces. So that is even spelling disaster. And of course, sometimes we say Nigerian, we have 4 satellites in orbit. And somebody was querying if Nigerians use those 4 satellites, what they use to monitor, get intel about, monitor the Nigerian nation, so that they will know the position of these terrorists and all that, and bandits, and know how they are moving. Of course, in real time, the security agencies will be able to be, deployed to stop their excesses. So, but these things are not done. So that is what troubles the common Nigerians who want to do his businesses going from Onitsha to Kano, from Lagos to Abuja, from Adamawa to wherever again. And on their way, the bandits, the terrorists, kidnap them, and some of them are even killed. So, I don't know. Well, the government, it's a very good thing that they're stepping up their activities, and today, that is going to help us have a better nation. Because security is paramount in the things we do. Security is just what it is for a nation to be happy, doing what it has to do to ensure that their people grow in terms of development.
All right. Thank you for that vivid and very in-depth analysis of these papers. And to the government, you've heard our analyst, you've seen the advice raised. When you look from the Punch newspaper through the headlines raised this morning, talk about crude for loan, the conversation or negotiation between FG and ASU, talk about is now total war on terrorists. It tests like a nation that is in their need. But beyond that, this is where our leaders need to sit down and marshal out a way forward for this nation. We cannot move in this way. And we should remember, like our quote this morning, that Nigeria will be built by Nigerians. And thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for that in-depth analysis on these topical issues.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much,
and thank you, viewer, for staying with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you also. Please do not forget that you can grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more broader information. And please, we'll be right back.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all, it's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy, the fun, it's here.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking you over to our sports update. And now the Tigers have suffered a historic defeat, losing 69 to 55 to Guinea in the 2027 FIBA World Cup qualifier in Tunisia. It is Nigerians' first loss to Guinea in 4 meetings dating back to 1985. Guinea took control from tip-off with a combined 40 points from Suleiman Bon Jr. and Shannon Evans. Their coach credited the victory to strong defensive execution that held Nigeria to 27% shooting throughout the game. The loss leaves Nigeria with a difficult task ahead as they prepare to face Rwanda in the final group match. Only 3 teams will advance to the next qualification round with 5 tickets available for Africa at the 2027 World Cup in Qatar. And also still on sports, Matchroom promoter Eddie Hearn says a Jake Paul victory over Anthony Joshua on December 19 would force him to consider retiring from boxing. Hen told Sky Sports that Paul lacks the skill to defeat a former on-field heavyweight champion. He described the upcoming Miami bout as a major test for Paul, whom he commended for accepting what he called a real fight. Hen maintained that Joshua remains in prime form and fully prepared for the contest. According to the promoter, Joshua would dominate the match the moment he senses weakness. He predicted what he called a straightforward obliteration, warning that the YouTuber turned boxer could be overwhelmed once Joshua accelerates his offense.
All right, and giving you the football updates as it happened over the weekend. Looking at the match between Brentford and Burnley that was played on the EPL this Saturday, we saw Brentford beating Burnley 3-1. And the match between Manchester City and Leeds United ended in favor of the super champions, talking about Man City, who beat Leeds United 3-0. And moving over to Sunderland between Bournemouth, the match ended in favor of the host. The Sunderland beat Bournemouth 3-2. And then between Everton and Newcastle United, the visitors were merciless as they beat their host 4-1. Moving over to the match between Tottenham and Fulham, this time around it seems that the guests in EPL are no longer smiling as Fulham trashed Tottenham 2-1. And moving over to the matches that were played at La Liga on Saturday, we saw Mallorca and Osasuna playing a 2-2 draw between Barcelona, talking about the La Liga giants, Barcelona and Deportivo Alaves. The match ended in favor of Barcelona 3-1. And the match played between Levante and Atletico Club ended in favor of the visitors 2-0. Between the match played between Atletico Madrid and Real Oviedo ended 2-0 in favor of the host team. And then on the EPL, on the Nigerian Premier League front, and PFL, we saw Bendel Insurance trash Wiki Choris 3-0. The match played between Niger Tornadoes and Remo Stars ended in favor of the host at 1-0. And then let's give you an update on the match that was played yesterday, being Sunday. The first match that was played yesterday at the EPL was between Crystal Palace and Manchester United. The struggling Manchester United, who have been on a streak of winning for some time now, were able to beat Crystal Palace 2-1. Kudos to Manchester United. And the match between Aston Villa and Wolves United ended in favor of the host, Aston Villa, beating Wolves 1-0. And between Nottingham Forest and Brighton, the match ended in favor of Brighton 2-0. And then between the match between West Ham, who hosted the defending champions Liverpool, the visitors got to the winning ways this time around and beating their host 2-0. Then the match of the day between Chelsea and Arsenal ended 1 goal apiece. The two giants were on each other's throats, but no one could emerge winner from this very challenge as he ended 1-1 apiece. Then moving on to La Liga, the match between Real Sociedad and Villarreal ended in favor of the visitors, who trashed Real Sociedad 3-2. Then on the other end, the match between Sevilla and Real Betis ended in favor of Real Betis, who are the visitors here, trashing their host 2-0. The match between Celta Vigo and Espanyol ended in favor of the visitors. The visitors this time around are no longer, being a good guest, rather trashing their host in this time around 1-0. Then the match of the night between Real Madrid and Girona, the visitors being Real Madrid were held to a 1-1 draw by their host Girona. And then on the Nigerian Premier League front, NPFL, the match that were played yesterday saw Barua and Kwara United, with the host Barua beating Kwara United 3-2. Enyimba International and the Rangers of Enugu were held at Abia State was in favor of the host nation, the host city, Enyimba, who trashed Rangers 2-1. And then the match between Ikorodu City and Abia Warriors ended in favor of Ikorodu City for 1-0. And then moving over to the match between Califat and Plateau United ended in favor of the host, who beat Plateau United 2-0. And between Shooting Stars and El Kanemi Warriors ended in favor of the host States, beating Shooting Stars between El Kanemi 1-0. And between Warri Wolves FC and Nasarawa United ended in favor of the host, who beat their guest 1-0. And between Bayelsa United and Katsina United, the match ended in favor of the host Ikorodu City, who beat them 1-0. And that was the update for the matches that we are playing yesterday. Let's leave you with the EPL standing. We still saw Arsenal, who were able to, come out at a draw with Chelsea, still leading the pack with 30 points, followed by Man City, who are on second on the table with 25 points. And then we are seeing Chelsea, the resurgent Chelsea, who for the first time is occupying the third position on the EPL table in a very long while, coming third on the table with 24 points, followed by Aston Villa, who were able to defeat their guests in this weekend, sail at par with Chelsea on 24 points, and then the fifth on this table is the defeated Brighton in this weekend, who are on the fifth spot with 22 points. And that's it for the football update on the sports calendar.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now I'll be moving over to our celebration for today, and today's celebration is World AIDS Day. And today, being 1st December, commemorates the day of World AIDS Day, and the theme being overcoming disruption, sustaining the Nigerians' HIV response. And now we're taking a look at what HIV is all about and the name and how it's been transmitted. HIV, as we know, is a human immune virus, and then AIDS is an acquired immune deficiency syndrome that is being transmitted whether through sexual intercourse or even through sharp objects. Now, HIV, the importance of this HIV, now we have the three types of 95%. The 95%, the first 95% is to know your HIV status and also to be on treatment. And then the third 95% is for everybody placed on treatment actually to also come out unsuppressed, for the viral load to be suppressed. Now, currently, HIV and AIDS situation in Nigeria are over 2 million people that are living with HIV and 1.6 million that are receiving the antiretroviral treatment, which is also known as ART. And also 9% are children aged to 0 to 14 years. And HIV prevalence among adults is 1.3% to 1.4%. And now the theme of this month, overcoming disruption, sustaining the Nigeria HIV response. Now this theme actually is in the sense of the waiver that was being shared by the U.S. President, where he issued an executive order that suspending all foreign development aid, including funding through PEPFAR for 90 days. That is the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief across some countries. And now also the theme concerning this overcoming disruption, sustaining the Nigerians' HIV response is actually bringing the fact that what if the U.S. wakes up another time and asks and stops or send out a waiver where it disconnects other countries or stop connecting other countries supporting them. Now the question here today is, what is the hope of Nigerians, and what would happen to those already on treatment? What would happen to positive pregnant mothers and their babies? And then what can you, if young Nigerians or ordinary Nigerians can actually afford this treatment if it becomes expensive? And also the misconception with I am HIV negative because of my efforts alone, and then we're talking about what happens when there is no foreign donor support, and then looking at what the path forward is all about. Now, our first question today, talking on what is the hope of Nigerians, because you know over 2 decades, Nigeria's HIV response has relied heavily on foreign support, especially from the U.S. President emergency plan, and also there are various households. When you come on this antiretroviral drugs, now it's been something that we're usually giving to patients. We could see it, we're usually giving to patients for like 6 months, and now just because of the waiver that was being sent to some countries from the U.S., we could see that there was a period when they were cut down on these drugs. Now, okay, and well, this day, this celebration is trying to create awareness all over the world for us to know our HIV status and for us to go on tests and try to go on treatment. And that is all for our celebration today. And also Back over to business.
All right, moving over to the business update, we're talking about the Nigerian stock market update as at Friday, November 28, 2025. We saw that the market recorded a significant gain. Overall performance of the market experienced a strong rally, concluding the month trading with a substantial increase in market capitalization. Then talking about the All-Share Index. The All-Share Index appreciated by 0.20% to close at 143,520.53 points. Market capitalization rose by about 180 billion to close around 91.3 trillion. The market breadth was positive with more gainers, that's about 33 gainers, than losers at 21. Top gainers, the leading top gaining stocks that in that Friday were Ikeja Hotel that adjusted with plus 10%, and then the Nigerian Exchange Group that adjusted with plus 9.98%, followed by the Academy Press that 9.70%. Top losers are Adi Mortgage Bank, who adjusted with minus 10%, and Mayor PLC that adjusted with minus 9.97%. The financial service industry led the activity chart with Access Holding PLC recording the highest volume of traded shares. The positive closing on Friday provided a significant surge, despite the overall decline recorded over the full month of November. However, do remember that the stock market prices change rapidly. Consult a certified financial expert before making any investment plans. The market is already open for today, and we'll bring you the updates when due tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, this is the end of Sunrise on Aneke TV for today. And please do not forget to follow us across our social media handles, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV. And don't forget to call our phone number 070-3043. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year. There's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning with my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So, all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use as celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas. Anywhere is happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So, with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all, it's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy, the fun, it's here.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. At Teens Fun Hub, we discuss
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real.
The eagles stand as of strength, clarity, and vision. It embraces them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Reckless driving has become a disturbing trend on Enugu roads, contributing to avoidable accidents, injuries and tragic loss of lives. From speeding to ignoring traffic rules, many road users are concerned about the rising dangers. Today, we are on the streets of Enugu to hear from residents about this pressing issue.
You know, before they used to blame it on the roads, but nowadays I don't think it's the roads that cause it. I just think it's ignorance. Some of them are like ignorance. Okay, you know you're supposed to put on your trafficator before you enter into this road, but then you decide to put it when you're already done entering the street. It doesn't make sense. And then, let's go to the Keke people. You know, obviously you want to overtake, and you know how small your Keke is, but no, you want to overtake a big trailer. Does it make sense? Well, they're just different causes of reckless driving here in Enugu, and most of them, if you check it, most of them actually are faults, like the driver's faults, and there are mistakes that should not be made.
Our people are impatient. We are too rushed in everything, especially this Ember mode. Somebody will be making efforts since January to the September, October, November. Once you reach November, it started what you didn't achieve since January. You try to achieve it under 1 month, which is not possible. If God want to bless you, He will bless you. But everybody should cool down. If you didn't eat something today, tomorrow we eat it. You must not get everything under pressure. So our people should be take it easy in life, especially commercial drivers, because as you are driving, they will try to maneuver you in the process. They will either you hit your car or you hit them.
I don't think there's any proper regulation of driving in the country that takes place. Though we have agencies like road safety, but we don't often take time to know whether the person passes through driving tests. Those days we used to have a driving test where somebody would go and learn how to drive and would be tested before issuance of a driving license. So it should be reintroduced. People should really be known and tested to know how to handle the steering. 2, people should know the regulations of the road. Regulations. Don't overtake at a bend, don't overtake on a bridge and the rest of them. These basic things should be taught to people. I have a friend that traveled abroad, and they said that for you to have driving license, it takes 3 years of intensive learning. 3 years. Finland precisely. But you see here in Nigeria, once somebody can ignite a vehicle and set the tires rolling, the person drives, whether he has license or not. So basically that one. Then before we talk about the issue of drinking or not drinking and sleeping on duty, sleeping on steering or not sleeping on steering, people should learn how to really walk and have a time to rest. Not somebody driving from Enugu to Lagos, reaching Lagos 6 p.m. and he enters steering again to start coming to Enugu by 9 o'clock in the night, just about 3 hours. So there are many factors, please.
Drivers taking hard drug, then depression. Like say some drivers don't have license, and yet some of them will carry motor and come out. Some don't even know how to drive, but yet because they have the access to car, they will take it. Then traffic light is another thing. Many are not obeying the rule of traffic lights, while some roads don't have traffic lights. Those that are enforcing these traffic rules, are they bending rules to some or not? You will see that you will get to some traffic lights, some will be catched, while some be left. Why? Especially when our political leaders are passing. They have to be the one to lead. If they should arrest others for disobeying traffic lights, our political leaders should do so too, to show the example. So, because of all these things, I feel that this is the main cause: not obeying the traffic lights, hard drug, not having license, or not learning how to drive and yet carry out the car and come out and start driving.
If we can control the way people drive this season, because any scratch now causes
a fire outbreak. Like today, I went to Night Mile and I saw an accident that a tanker had to somersault, and it was with a fuel product inside. So automatically, that if there's any issue or any wound on it, it will cause a fire, and the whole place will be catch with fire. So that is some of the things we can control, is to control our driving speed, control like traffic measure, make sure that we take note of traffic measures on our roads.
It's just better you drive.
Solution is just law enforcement should not bend rules. You don't have to just arrest masses and then leave the wrecks because they are in political field. No. Then driving license should be something everybody. As far as you have access to car, you have to have your driving license.
My advice is that everybody should take it easy in this Ember month.
As voices continue to call for safer roads, one message stands out. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. Authorities, drivers and pedestrians must all play their part to reduce the needless loss of lives. From Enugu, I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Nigerians think about this incident.
No, it's quite not common because, most security agencies, perhaps do the biddings of the government. And, that was, I didn't really quite hear enough of the things he said. But the fact that he stood his rights was, quite commendable. I was standing his grounds based on his opinion. I do not think it's offensive in any way because, just the same way you are interviewing me today, I can also, I'm talking about something and I feel like this is my opinion. Another person could have a different opinion. So, yes, that's what I feel.
Well, I felt that the officer is on his right. And moreover, if you go by the law of Federal Republic of Nigeria and instructing him is the most wrong thing, is one of the wrong things he ever did of his life.
Yeah, but I think he was smart. I thought he was, it was a contrast. You see, the minister was yelling and then the younger guy was like, retorting back sort of, and just to make sure that I'm not the person you think I am. And I think it's because he's from a structured background, so it's not easy for him to be that intimidated. So yeah, but it's a Nigerian culture thing. We do not respect younger people.
Well, it's embarrassing, to say the least. It's embarrassing because, you don't expect such a figure like Wike, like the Minister of FCT, to say such the things, the words he used. There are other avenues he would have approached, he would have used to, settle the incident. I think for me, he would have just walked away.
It's not common because especially youths are always afraid of all these people, politicians, get. So that is why when some persons saw the video, like they were so happy. Even I was chatting with my friend, she was like the way the joy when she was saying that army officer challenged me, I was like, wow. So a youth can also challenge someone in that position. So I think it's not that common because people are always afraid of all these politicians.
I felt happy. I was glad. But I love his courage. He spoke to him in a respectful manner. I love how he accepts the fact that he's not foolish. You know, sometimes all these, should I say politicians, or all these people that is rich, maybe they think they are too right, that maybe somebody that they are bigger than, that the person cannot speak. No, they think they can suppress people, oppress people anyhow, but it's not done that way. I love how the guy reacted. If we can have that kind of guy 10 or 20 in this Nigeria or more, we are good to go.
There you have it. Voices reflecting hope and expectations of Nigerians. It is clear that citizens want a system where rules apply to everyone, regardless of their status. From the heart of the city, this is Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
I'm Ernest Mesoma, and we are out the streets today to talk about what Nigerians think about WAEC going digital in 2026 and how it will affect village students.
Okay, I have no issue with WAEC coming digital 2026, but they should do preparation before 2026, making sure that every examination center has adequate computer system for all their students, their candidates, and then ensuring that all the candidates are computer compliant. It's not just bringing computer and then telling the student that cannot operate computer to start writing the exam using computer. It's going to be a waste of time, waste of resources, and waste of energy. So if they can get the student ready for CBT before 2026, they should bring it. Otherwise, the first thing is to get them ready and get the schools equipped. Shikina?
Actually, I have no problem with WAEC going digital. But the problem is, how sure are they that in some rural areas there is network? Are you getting it? Because in past experience, I discovered that in some jam centers, at times network do give problem, and before the candidate will meet up, at times fluctuation of network, it will affect the student. But unfortunately there was no NEPA, and the standby gen went off. So I don't know the level of plan or that they have put in place to make sure that all these things won't affect student performance.
Of course. It's not like WAEC going digital is a bad thing per se. My worry is that whether we as a country, we are old enough in terms of the facilities we have to be able to accommodate everybody. When I mean everybody, I mean both in the rural area and both in the urban areas. Because you find out that there are some rural areas we visit in Nigeria today, and you see that you can't have internet connection there. Some don't have enough computers to be able to make this exam CBT. So it's a step in the right direction, but I feel that we really have to do a lot to provide all that is needed to be able to accomplish it. If not, a whole lot of people, especially those in the rural area, will not be able to participate, and that will be unfair to them.
I believe that WAEC going digital in 2026 is the right step or the right direction, because the world is going AI now. You can't change it. If you want to move forward, you move forward. If you want to be left behind, you'll be left behind. So Nigeria needs to carry their people along so that nobody will be left behind. The whole world, globally, is going on AI now. Digital is acclimatizing everything in the world now. So there's no other option than to get along. So our government, we have to carry our people along. So if you refuse to go along, they'll drop you, others will move on.
I don't think that if WAEC decide to go digital, they must have made preparation for that. Those in rural area, they must have considered those students and also make provision for that.
Political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the church in the diocese. Declaring the synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callisto Sungis, and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Aneke explained that a synod serves as an analytical assemble, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Eneja in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in AD 578. And it was Benedict XIV in his the Synodo Diocesana, published 1748, who gave a definitive fixation of the diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning the diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law, Canons 460 to 468. My dear brothers and sisters, we thank God that we are now gathered here for the opening ceremony of the fourth synod of our diocese, centered on faith and practice in Enugu Diocese. 12 years have passed since the last synod in 2013. New questions, challenges concerning our faith abound. But that is not to say that we do not have enormous reasons to say thanks to God for his blessings on this diocese since inception or creation. First and foremost, we are grateful to God for the progress of the work of evangelization in our diocese since its creation in 1962. It may not look very important, but it is important for us, for you to know that the Enugu Diocese is among, I think, if not the only diocese where you have 3 bishops operating. 3 operating. It's not easy. 3, how the emeritus bishop, I think.
To you, and thank you for joining us on The Insight. But before I proceed, let us apologize for our lateness in bringing The Insight to you, our wonderful viewer. And today on The Insight, we'll be looking on concerning the issues of the ambassadorial list. That is the talk of Nigeria at the moment. And beyond that, we know that Nigerians have waited for a long time to know the names of the ambassadors, designate the ambassadors to the many nations. But given the controversies of the United States government designing Nigeria as a country of particular concern, this has raised a lot of issues, and many people have blamed the government for their lateness in appointing nominees for these various positions to represent the interests of the nation outside Nigeria. And with us today to x-ray these issues is Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi, a human rights activist, a legal luminary, and a man who prides himself as a father.
Well, thank you for having me this morning again.
All right. And there with us again is Dr. Dons Eze. He's a veteran. When we talk about a veteran, he's a veteran journalist, a man who has seen it all. He has been in the field, he has written about it, and he's still talking about it. Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you for coming on this side today.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yes. This morning, we are looking at the ambassadorial list of STORM. Many has given it different names. A lot of issues has been raised concerning this name. And this morning we will do justice to this very issue. But before I begin to, go further into this, I want to ask ambassadors, is it very important that Nigeria should have ambassadors representing it in the various consulates abroad?
Well, you see, the world, they say, is a global village, and no country can take it alone on its own. And that is why this bilateral relationship of states has ever been welcomed since it was introduced. Even in pre-colonial era, people, have envoys that go to other city-states. Like when we have the Songais, the Mali Empire, and the rest of them, there were people who represented other people in other areas. And what is the essence? The essence is that because we now say that the world is a global village, people, move about, people live in other countries. And when they have any challenge in that country where they live, I think the first point of call should be complaining to their ambassadors. And unless, of course, it is that within the criminal level of the states where they are, police can handle. But if it is something of a diplomatic nature, then the ambassadors are always invoked and they step in. If it is one they can solve, they solve it. If it's one they cannot solve, then still find a way either to deport the person or make the person conform with the tenets of the stability of the area where he is living. So Nigeria need ambassadors. It's not only ambassadors coming to Nigeria. You see, it is about 2 years and about how many months down the line before Tinubu, remember, he will have ambassadors. And these things are worrisome. Worrisome in the sense that this government is like a cut and nail approach to governance. If you don't remember, if you don't remind Tinubu that Fulani Herdsmen are killing people in Yellowater, he will not like to go there until a very dark man goes there to show the world what is happening in Yellowater. Now I'm coming, that is why I said the issue of appointing of ambassadors, it was because, like you said in your intro, the designation of Nigeria as a country of a particular concern, people were now asking, who is the Nigerian ambassador in Washington? Who is so-and-so place? Who is so-and-so place? And they found out that there were no people there. So now he now woke up and now decided to appoint ambassadors and submit list of ambassadors to the National Assembly for confirmation and approval. We shall still take the names. I think it's better to take them with a tooth comb. Sometimes I have to take holistically, yes, because each and every one of them in that list has his own either good side or his own baggage. Yes.
Do you think that this list has come very early?
First of all, when we are talking of ambassador of your country, the best of yourself that you showcase outside the country. The people they have appointed now, are they the best representative of Nigerians outside the country? Are they the mirror of Nigerians? If they are the mirror of it means that that country is mirrored. That is bad image of the country. Okay. When you talk of something like what is antecedents?
We'll look into
the appointment of ambassadors. Yes, if U.S. did not declare Nigeria as a country of particular concern, Tinubu would have woken up from his slumber to appoint ambassadors. Okay. But the issue is that are they the best Nigeria can showcase?
But Barrister, I'll go into the list very quick. Well, can you hazard a guess into why the president delayed for long in appointing ambassadors?
Cluelessness.
Excuse me?
Cluelessness. The man is clueless. Because, of course, yes, he is. Because you see, when you recycle autocrats, people who want to go to get power because of the sake of getting power, that's what you get. You see, Tinubu, I keep on saying it in every forum I go. That Tinubu is not in control. He's not in charge. That is the truth of the matter. The man is not in charge. Because if he is in charge, see, like Doc said, ambassadorial list is something, even while you are doing campaign, if there are things that you should also program and, perfect on a table, even before you win election, so that as you are being sworn in, the next broadcast you make is that these are key issues. As you are appointing your ministers, you are appointing ambassadors. And you think that somebody who got into power in May 2023, May 29, and today is 1st of December 2025. You have wasted the whole of 2024, wasted half of 2023, and now wasted the whole of 2025. And now you suddenly woke up and said you want to appoint the ambassadors. Like I keep on saying, when you run the list, we take them seriously.
All right, let's go into the list.
Yeah.
Let's start with the non-career nominees. By non-career nominees, I meant those who are not in the diplomatic corps.
Yeah, those who doesn't work with the Minister of External Affairs.
Yes. So let's start with Barrister Ogbonneya Kalu of Abia State. We have Reno Amokri of Delta State. We have Professor Mahmoud Yakub, former Aneke chairman. We have Erelu Angela Adebayo, former Ekiti First Lady. And we have Ifani Uwani, former Enugu Governor. We have Tasiu Musa Megeri, former Speaker, Katsina State Assembly. We have Yakub N. Gambo, former Plateau Commissioner and former UPEC Deputy Executive Secretary. We have Professor Nora Ladi Datu, former Senator, Plateau. We have Otumba Femi Pedro, former Lagos Deputy Governor. We have Chief Femi Fani Kayode, former Aviation Minister, Oshun. We have Barrister Kechi Linda Ufochukwu, Anambra. We have Fatima Florence Ajimobi, former Oyo State First Lady. We have Lola Akande, former Lagos Commissioner. We have Grace Bent, former Senator, Adamawa. We have Victor Okezie Ibazu, former Abia Governor. We have Senator Jimo Ibrahim Ondo. We have Ambassador Paul Oga Adiku, former Ambassador to the Holy See, Benue. These are the non-career nominees. Now, this is where I get your take on the...
I think he omitted the first set he appointed.
No, I'm talking about the non...
Is the former NIA, was he a career diplomat?
Okay.
But these are
basically the politicians here who are raising a lot of issues. And I was...
So there's one was pointing out, but nonetheless, go on.
Okay, let me take the rest of it for time. We have Enebechi Monica Okuchukwu Abia. We have Yakub Nyaku Danladi Taraba. We have Memuna Ibrahim Besto Adamawa. We have Musa Abubakar Kebi. We have Sindov Paibi Endoni Bayesa. We have Chima Geoffrey Lioma David Ebony. We have Mobolola Adeola Ibrahim Ogun. We have Abimbola Samuel Ruben Ondo. We have Yvonne Ehinosin Oduma Edo. We have Hamza Mohammed Salau Niger. We have Ambassador Shehu Barde Castina. We have Ambassador Ahmed Mohammed Mungano Bono. We have Ambassador Muhammad Said Dahiru Kaduna. We have Ambassador Latunji Ahmed Sulu Dambari Kwara. We have Ambassador Wahab Adiola Akande Oshun. Just for sake of time. Yes.
The career ambassadors.
Yes. But my question now is, the names of listed, you were saying something when we started.
Yes.
In your opinion, does this represent the best image of Nigeria?
I wanted to talk of the person who is representing us in Washington.
Okay.
The man was the DG, NIA.
Okay.
You know how he was removed? On controversial circumstances. There are videos of Narada from a bus. And Buhari sacked that man.
And today he's an ambassador nominee.
Tinubu appointed to ambassador to US.
Okay.
So
because of his capacity and
capacity of missing money or what?
Is an intelligence network.
Intelligence network.
Yes.
So since he committed, he should be forgiven because of the intelligence network.
Okay.
Huh? Aneke to represent us in the US.
Okay.
Somebody who was sacked for missing $28 billion dollars or naira. Then he was now appointed ambassador. If we talk of Omokri is an evil hater.
All right, I'm coming to them, Chris, but I wanted to ask Barrister, what criteria do you think has justified these very individuals to be on the list?
Well, as to the career diplomats, no qualms about that. I don't have problem because they grew rank and file to wherever they are. So it is their ministry.
Okay.
Now, to the politicians that are on the list, I think the only criteria Tinubu used in appointing them was to encourage criminality. I think he just assembled a bunch of deplorables and appointed them ambassadors. Let's take the roll call.
All right, let's start with, from what you're saying, let's take Reno Omokri of Delta State, for example.
Let's even leave the Reno.
Okay.
Let me start with
Aneke,
the few governors who are there,
okay,
especially the ones from Southeast.
Okay.
Okeze is a colossal failure in Abia State. To compensate him for being a failure as a governor, he made him an ambassador. If I
is that not too harsh?
Forget to be how much was harsh. You don't see to spare these people, Uche, because the more you spare them, the more they think they are doing something. If I stayed here for 8 good years, the only thing he achieved exactly up to 100% was party attendance, eating good food. That was the greatest achievement of Ifeanyi for 8 good years in office. He couldn't even patch potholes in roads Sullivan built. He couldn't even maintain the infrastructure Sullivan kept on the ground. That made this young man now who come in now start patching urban roads. Shouldn't have started with a patching of urban roads when somebody was there for 8 good years. Now, to compensate Ifeanyi for failing in Enugu State, he made him an ambassador. Now, Reno Omokri, for running his mouth, I don't even want to go to that area because talking about Reno means giving credence to nonsense. Because as far as I'm concerned, in advanced climes where people reason before they even vie for government offices, people like Reno should be behind bars, should be in prison. Should not even be talking about ambassadorial appointment. So, what criteria, apart from encouraging criminality? Reno just of recent, who went to UK and brought somebody he said is a mayor, and who denied him before the whole Nigerian populace in a press conference that I'm not a mayor. I think this Reno is deceiving people. This is what he brought me here is not what he's talking about here. Somebody who can be shamed publicly like that by somebody he brought to launder his own image. The only thing he did is to compensate him by making him an ambassador. Now, the professor of glitches, who has not up until now told us what type of glitch that made him not to transmit presidential election in 2023, is somebody you have to compensate. Somebody who cannot even walk freely in the street. If Mohammed Mahmoud or Yakub or whatever they call his name feels he's so good, he's so popular, let him drop his security aids. Take the streets of his states of origin. If it's from Jigawa State, let him just go to the market in Jigawa to buy anything. Even to buy a handkerchief, let him walk alone. Let him know whether people will not stone him with pure water. So these are the kind of people Tinubu are compensating with
FFK.
Now, you talk about FFK. Today he's saying that the tweet he made in 2022, he's talking about genocide. The tweet he's making now, like James, America call that they will fight America. That is the kind of person. Now, maybe you take these people. You don't know that the Interpol, the CIA, all the secret police in the world has the dossier of all these people. And you want to take them. Which country they say, okay, well, I'm surprised you don't even appoint Gumi. Because why did he leave Gumi? Because of all the people who are promoting criminality in Nigeria, Gumi, I think, is the spokesman. Well, you should have appointed Gumi an ambassador. Or maybe because Gumi was turned back from Saudi Arabia. That was why he didn't some of the country to appoint him as an ambassador. Otherwise, I see no reason why Gumi should not make the list.
Okay. Don, let's look at the former Aneke chairman, Mahmoud Yaku. Does he think he deserves to make the list? And what message do you think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is making by nominating Yaku Mahmoud Yakub as an ambassador, isn't it?
To reward him for the bad work he did to Nigerians.
What bad work I do?
Do you remember 2023 election?
I do.
What happened?
We had an election.
What was the outcome of it?
I was not
When
declared.
the election was
president.
election was conducted the same day, results came out differently. The same ballot you casted for somebody.
Fair to him. The court
Which court?
the court satisfied the results.
Forget about court. Forget about court. The court itself, court of public opinion, supersedes whatever court you call it. Nobody can take like Muhammad serious. Just Buhari or Tinubu, he call himself, rewarding him for the bad work he did to Nigeria. That we are suffering these things by some reason because of Yakub Mohammed. Election was conducted. The same day, the same ballot, different results came out. The first result came out, you say the other one came, you say it's glitch. He couldn't release the presidential election result. And they said they went to court.
Are you saying that a man who is so knowledgeable as he is to head an INEC doesn't deserve to be on that list?
But the best of INEC is headed. That's what we are saying.
You are heading. Yes, that's what you are. The best of Nigerians. You are expecting him outside the country. You are rewarding a fraudulent person. You say that is the image of Nigeria.
Allegedly, no courts found him guilty of embezzlement or anything.
We are not talking of embezzlement. We are talking of
corruption.
Fraudulent election he conducted. He conducted a fraudulent election. Somebody who you know that maybe I don't know whether they give him one or not, but what he did is not something commendable. You're not expecting him out of the country as the image of Nigerians.
But his work was just to announce the result that will return from the
Uche, let me put this clear to you. I think you are trying to paint this in a very cosmetic gloom, which it doesn't go well with me at all.
Okay.
Now, election was conducted like Doc said. National Assembly election, House of Reps, House of Senate. Two of them, and then presidency the same day. You get their ballot papers. Now, at the end of that election, the rule which you made, you INEC chairman made the rule for the smooth conduct of that election, that every election result should be scanned from the polling booth and transmitted to the IRF portal in real time. Real time. Let us say the real time should be 8 o'clock in the night at best. Now, the election was conducted and concluded. That of Senate was transmitted in real time. That of House of Reps was transmitted in real time. The same day. Somewhere along the line, in the early hours of that real time, between 4 o'clock and about 4:50 something p.m., some of the presidential results also went in real time. All of a sudden, INEC now saw there was a glitch. That the presidential could not go in again. What happened? He said there was a technical glitch that had not been explained to Nigerians up until now. Not only that, he now started collecting results manually on presidential election. He started collecting manual results. Having collected the manual results, he didn't also deem it fit to give it to us Nigerians when we were awake. So by 2:33 a.m. in the morning, when everybody was deep slumber, INEC came and declared Tinubu the winner of the election and handed him certificate of return. Uche, to that man ran into the dictionary of infamy for that singular act. Now, to punish him for what he did to us as Nigerians, he now went and gave him an ambassadorial appointment. Now, the country where he is going to go, if it is a democratic country, how do you think that country will welcome him, assuming he will be there when election will be conducted and his opinion is sought? These are the things we are talking about, because Doc says, export your best as ambassadors. Look, you are doing very well in Aneke TV. Aneke TV want to go and monitor the election in Burkina Faso. The head of the program, the head of the television station said, I will pick my best to be my ambassador in Burkina Faso to monitor the election. Which they will pick you. If they pick you, you go there. The man is expecting that you are going to come back with the best and the best objective results. Not going there to line the parts of your pockets with dollars and come back and tell the election was free and fair, even when people were dying in the streets, like what is happening in Uganda now that is on campaign. So these are the things we are talking about. It's not that Mahmoud, by all standards, is qualified to be anything. But from the way he has soiled himself, he has lost that credibility to represent Nigeria in any place where people will say, this is Nigeria, or I am proud to be a Nigerian. That's what we are saying.
Thus, in a very nutshell, what you're saying is that you are the president, you will not appoint Yakub. No, I'm saying, Don or the Don Eze, Dr. Don Eze. All right. All right. Let me ask, what do you think that there are lots of ex-governors, ex-first ladies in this list? And I think this is for the first time we are having it this way in Nigeria.
My question is, what qualifications did they measure to include those first ladies? Because I consider not the thing of my first lady. The Nigerian 1999 the first lady. So you can recall that for the 8 years or 7 years that PDP was the governor of Anambra State, there were not questions on first lady. Because that thing is unconstitutional. People are now budgeting, appropriating budget for office of president as any of this under our laws. Now, they now went and harvested. I might say, okay, I can be academic, maybe because in our this is this was quite a bit about what is that? What was he doing before he was appointed? That's what we ask yourself. If you want just marry a first lady, that does not qualify her to be an ambassador.
All right. Don, so what I'm asking again is this ambassadorial list essentially a sentiment of political IOU and compensation for 2023 election?
Compensation for what they have done, and also looking forward for them to try to come back to 2027.
Okay. Let me ask, these nominees, how do they reflect Nigerians' stand when you talk about foreign policy priority in Africa, going by our stand with the Global South and talk about the ECOWAS, AU? Do you think that this list really position or represent our foreign policy stand in the world?
Zero policy, foreign policy stand.
But you're not being fair if you're saying zero.
Bear in mind. I say give you that answer. Always go for my explanation.
Okay.
When I say zero, foreign policy attachment by any standard. Now let's analyze few. Reno Omokri, who went to California State University in United States to go and get the certificate that Tinubu never graduated from there. Remember that what he went there to? He said he was there. He took pictures, took great videos. Good. Is that Reno Omokri, who said that Tinubu is a drug lord? Reno Omokri I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Tim. That is him going to Reno Omokri. Now who wants to launder the image of Tinubu outside Nigeria? Don't you think that you pressmen can corner him one day and bring all these old tweets and show him? Because internet doesn't forget. Internet is always there. They will show him his old tweets and tell you now what has changed. Why you are now supporting this government? Tell us. Now, if I you let us assume you were talking about foreign policy relations of Nigeria with those people where they are going to represent. Remember if I was in the National Assembly, House of Reps for about 12 years. For the 12 years he was there, he has never stood up to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members of this House, my name is Ibai Uguay, I sit down. He never said it. Until he left that Carlo Chambers after 12 years. Now, he came here as a governor. Let me not break it up again. He stayed for 8 years. Which I'm still waiting for the day they said, they told you pressman, come to government house. If Uguay is going to organize an international press conference. So you ask him how is he governing Enugu State. So he can answer those questions to you people directly. You know he has never done that. Now, when the insecurity became too much, he just got a very big mulling block and barricading himself into the government house and tell us we cannot take care of ourselves. Now, that person is going to represent you in another country. Well, if there's a country, unless it is a country of one party, he will do it very well. Is it okay, we are not going to talk about representing anybody. Okay, who actually buried Abia State after it was killed by Joseph and Theology, he buried it. Only for the state to be exhumed by Alex. Luckily for them, they are lucky. I just thank God that people are lucky. So, who again? They just mentioned it. Is it Mahmoud who have taken to the glitters? The professor of glitters.
The issue is telling who you are. That's the image, the image of this country. What is the foreign policy objective of this administration? That's why I wanted those people. Because we have no direction. That's why they brought all these people. Foreign image, foreign policy objective of Nigeria. There's not, it's not nothing. It's none. That's why they have had to appoint every other person, criminals, and put them there.
Allegedly.
Well, you can allege. But something is not.
This is allegedly.
But let me, fair enough to Mr. President. Even Aneke has come out to say that this president has taught him an act in forgiveness.
Who is
Aneke saying that for this president too, a president he has abused over the years, to turn around and appoint him or nominate him for an ambassadorial position speaks well of Mr. President.
I see. You don't reward criminality. You don't like this thing they are doing now. Say bandits, they go to settle with them. And sometimes they say they are repentant. And they are still mowing down our soldiers. See, there are a level of criminality, there are a level of inconsistency as a person, there are a level of fraudulent intent you will develop as a human being. You cannot be rewarded with a national assignment for that sake. For goodness sake. Are you saying Nigeria of over 200 million people lack quality, international, diplomatic, people with diplomatic acumen? Is that what you are saying? If that becomes the case, why can't Tinubu say, please, I want people from all the 774 local government areas, get me the best people you have. 2% from each local government, I want them. Whoever you want to get, bring his CV. I'll give you an example of something that happens in Enugu State here. Igwe Ambassador LOC Agwos was in, not in Washington, he was one of these, Zambia. He was in Zambia, where he was Nigerian's High Commissioner before. I think he used to be an official of one of the universities there. So they were doing some ceremony. Now the issue of who is going to be chairman Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers was on board. People were submitting their CV. And they were submitting the CV. Ezozo Buden, who was a retired chief judge of Enugu State, submitted his CV. The CV of what's it called? Was already in the domain because he was already a traditional ruler. But he wasn't in the country. Now, from all the grapevine report coming up, the then very powerful lady who have a government house, a former open, was actually angling for Ezozo as the chairman of the Treasury Council. So they say, Solomon now told them, bring all the CVs. I want to see their CV. So when they brought the CV, after looking at the CV, he now turned over the 2 CVs of all the other CV he collected to the person who was angling for the other man, the chief judge. The person got convinced and said, no, this one has no rival, this is ambassador. Beginning from Liberia to Zambia, to United Nations, to this, to that. So we don't even know how the kind of person in Enugu State. That shows you what we mean by somebody who you are going to project outside your state. When he was the secretary to the Nigerian High Commissioner in Washington, District of Alison Madeke was the military attaché. So immediately Alison, they had this Buhari coup. Alison came back here as governor. He pulled him back from there. As he was pulling him back from there, the Minister of External Affairs was still insisting that he go back. Just take again. Because these things are no rocket science getting good for life in Nigeria. When Obasanjo came in as president, he picked one of the best brains that Nigeria could get anywhere he sees them. He picked this Oludo as you see here. Obvious a question. Name them Kodiwa. Immediately they left Obasanjo's cabinet. The international community rushed for them. How many people left Buhari's government that is being sought after by international community? The same thing will happen to Tinubu's people now. Because when you coalesce these deplorables and make them whatever it takes to make them, you think the world is not seeing you. Their appointment ends with you. Once you finish everything, they will peg it here. They can move an inch beyond Nigeria. Look at Bayo Nanuga, who runs his mouth like somebody who has a diarrhea. So tomorrow now, you expect that one to go to international press and then represent Nigeria. Is that what you expect?
He's doing his job. But, Barrister, I will come to you also. Let me still get your opinion on this issue. I'm asking, don't you think that these men would get security clearance from the Nigerian intelligence for them to be submitted to the National Assembly for clearance? And don't you think that, or you don't have faith that the National Assembly could drop some of the names? You've cited an exception. So perhaps we can see other exceptions with this list. Nobody will be dropped. Also, do you still share the same sentiments?
Even though petitions are being run against now, a lot of petitions are being
so maybe perhaps based on the petition, we may see the National Assembly dropping him.
They have their, you have National Assembly.
Uche, do you have a national assembly?
You have National Assembly.
You have a National Assembly. What we have is an extension, the legislative extension of the Asorok. That's what you have.
That's not what we have.
Ababio is not a Senate president as far as I'm concerned. And as far as many Nigerians are concerned, he's not a Senate president. A Senate president who has never asked president one question for whatever thing he brings to the National Assembly. They call that a Senate president.
Look at yesterday, they went to go and dine with the First Lady. For what? They have no money to dine.
Is there an issue? Is there an issue with dining with First Lady?
What is the budget of the First Lady?
That's another issue. No, that's another issue. But there's nothing wrong in dining with the First Lady.
And do you know how he even said that invitation? He said, our mother invited us. That's what I told Senator.
All right, let me...
Our mother invited us to...
Also, this question is to you in particular because you've professed your love for the Obedient Movement and the Labour Party.
Yes.
And I want to ask, this nomination that we're seeing, don't you think is a failure of the opposition party, especially Labour and ADC, for example?
No. You could have asked me what could you have done differently.
No, even without asking what you have done differently, if we had given a viable opposition, perhaps APC would have been circumspect in giving us such nominations.
Every Nigerian is opposition to Tinubu's government. Every right-thinking Nigerian. And like Doc said, many people are forwarding petitions to the National Assembly, especially against the market. But never mind, he will still be clear. Don't bother about what opposition says or what opposition says. In fact, the only opposition now that's still thriving in Nigeria is only P2P, as a person, as an individual, not even as a political with the Labour Party or not. Now, for those of us in the Obedient Movement, we know where we do our own opposition. And that's what we do when we go to forum like this, when we go on social media.
Okay, for want of time, I want to ask, what would you have done differently?
That's what I expected. What I could have done differently is that we could have brought the best, because there are very many of them. We could have brought the best brains Nigeria has. So that whenever you hear this person is an ambassador of Nigeria, even in Peru, you go and bow. That is what we could have done differently. Because, see, everything good begets goodness. In logic, we say, if the commencement is faulty, the end point is not to be faulty. Tinubu's emergence was effective. So whatever he's going to do, people should forgive him. Because everything we'll be doing will be faulty. Even including the terrorism is encouraging. They wanted to celebrate their wedding the other day and shot the groom to death. Still a terrorist though. who Tinubu has been paying money. They go to their bush to celebrate.
Allegedly, there's no fact that he's paying money. We do not have there's no facts. No, we speak to facts.
Okay.
On the inside, we speak to facts.
This one is facts.
We've not seen evidence.
And we have been playing every other video. Why don't you play that video of that one? Because this one went into the forest to celebrate their wedding. And the same thing that the APC is malfunctioning outside, the bandits they are supporting also malfunction.
You are speaking as an opposition now. But
are they not paying bandits? Wait, are they not paying bandits? That's why I said I'm surprised Gumi did not make the list of ambassadors. Because Gumi ownership should be there, since they are encouraging criminality. So what are you talking about? They have been paying. Okay, the ones they brought these girls from what is it? The school girls, the one they brought from Kebbi State. They said they have rescued the girls, and the man who runs his mouth, the presidential spokesman, Unakoni, he said yes, because the bandits know what could have happened to them if they have not released those girls. So what happened at the bandits? You arrest. You arrested nobody, but you rescued the girls. And the church people, you have rescued them. And many of them, they arrested. You arrested. So tell us that you paid them. And the bandits man came out and said, forget this government, they paid us. They are giving us our money.
We can't believe the bandits as against our own government. We can't believe the bandits as against our government. Also, let's moving on this very issue. Doctor, I want to get your final thoughts on this issue of ambassador nominee. At least we are having nominees already who will be represented in the world. It's better than not having representation at all.
It's better than not have anybody. Than appointing criminals. It's better that you leave it as a prayer.
Okay. What will you be telling Mr. President on this nominee?
You see what happened when they did the honors award. They went and brought everybody, even who killed the husband, and gave them pardon. When Nigerians are talking, they have to go to the list. The same thing will happen to them if we have a good government. This whole position we are talking about appointing criminals as ambassadors. People should listen to Nigerians. I will go that to it. I redo it.
Anyway. He needs the service of good Nigerians now more than any other time. I think to launder his own image into it. That's what I'm saying. You see, when you Ezoya and you move along the street, whatever that you have will be staying in your closet. People will be closing their ears.
All right. Also, we're out of time. What's your final advice? How do we salvage the situation?
My final is let him drop all these criminals he has appointed. Let him throw it open to Nigeria and let people make suggestions to him. We are not bereft of decent people. Let him say, Nigerians, okay, submit to this email. Whoever you think, including CEO, we will get in more than 1 million names. From that 1 million, he pick the best. Pick the local government, pick the state, pick his resume. Tell us his experience.
All right.
Create a website for it.
All right.
Put up names.
All right, Barrister, we're out of time. And that's it for today on The Insight. But do remember that the opinions shared on this forum are that of our guests and not necessarily represent the editorial view of Aneke TV. However, you, our viewers, remember that your views are very important to us. Reach us with the hashtag on all at Aneke TV on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. Till we come your way next time, I still remain your host, Uche Osai, and our wonderful guest, Ozo Barrister Ofokansin Nadiume, a human rights activist and a farmer. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And Dr. Dons Eze, who is a veteran journalist, a man who has seen it and lived it and is still talking about it. We are so excited to have you today. You're welcome.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year you eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning with my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now. Because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakba. And now to the headlines. Presidency defends President Tinubu's ambassadorial nominees, describes elections as global best practice. Presidential aide says the identities of terrorism financiers will soon be made public. Bureau of Public Procurement opens its books, invites investigators for comprehensive audits. FCT resident doctors suspend strike following approvals by Minister Nyesom Wike. Bandit attacks escalate in Kano communities along Katsina border. Anyama state agitation rekindles debate over South-South and South-East geopolitical alignment. Akwa Ibom state government bans masquerade street displays. Enugu State Government deepens partnership with European Union on energy and education development projects. And now to the details of the news. The presidency has defended President Bola Tinubu's recent list of ambassador nominees, insisting the choices reflect his constitutional discretion and what he considers best for national interest. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and Protocol Ademola Oshodi made the clarification during a television interview. Oshodi stressed that political appointments into diplomatic positions are a global practice, citing examples where world leaders nominate trusted allies as envoys. He argued that those questioning the quality of the nominees are misinterpreting the president's electoral mandate. He maintained that Nigerians elected President Tinubu to make decisions he believes will strengthen his administration and advance Nigeria's foreign interests. According to him, the performance of the appointed ambassadors will ultimately justify the president's elections. President Tinubu recently forwarded 32 ambassador nominees to the Senate for confirmation, including former Aneke Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, former presidential aide Reno Mokri, and former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode. Their specific postings will be announced after Senate approval. The federal government says it will soon reveal the identities of individuals and networks responsible for financing terrorism in Nigeria. Special Advisor to the President on Policy Communication, Daniel Bwala, disclosed this during a television program. Bwala said the Tinubu administration is taking far-reaching decisions on national security, adding that Nigerians will soon have full details of those enabling and sponsoring terrorist activities across the country. He stressed that government is intensifying efforts to dismantle the financial backbone of terror groups. He noted that terrorism has evolved into a global challenge with violent extremism spreading across the Sahel and requiring strong regional cooperation. According to him, Nigeria is working closely with international partners to strengthen intelligence sharing and operational coordination. The presidential aide reaffirmed President Tinubu's position against the use of private military contractors in African conflicts, insisting that peace efforts must remain under African control to safeguard sovereignty and regional stability. The Bureau of Public Procurement has dismissed allegation of multi-billion naira corruption against its leadership, describing the claims as false, malicious, and aimed at misleading the public. The agency reacted through a statement signed by its head of press, Zira Zaka Naga. According to the Bureau leader, the Director General, Dr. Adepowale Adedokun, nor any senior official is involved in monetizing certificates of no objection or other procurement infractions. It attributed the allegations to entrenched interest unhappy with ongoing reforms. The BPP explained that its procurement review system is transparent, multi-layered, and digital monitored, making large-scale misconduct virtually impossible without detection. It added that recent benchmarking of inflated contract prices has saved government resources. Reaffirming its commitment to accountability, the Bureau has invited relevant authorities to conduct a full investigation. It pledged to provide the financial records, documents, and logs required to establish the facts, insisting it has nothing to hide. The Association of Resident Doctors, Federal Capital Territory Administration has suspended its indefinite strike for 4 weeks. President of ARDFCTA, Dr. George Ebong, announced the decision after an emergency meeting. The association said the suspension is to allow the FCT administration implement all outstanding approvals earlier granted by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, particularly those concerning welfare and remuneration. It expressed hope that the government will fulfill its commitments within the window. Dr. Ebong explained that the union will closely monitor progress over the next month to determine further action. He added that the doctors remain committed to improving service delivery once their demands are addressed. The development follows the recent suspension of the nationwide strike by the National Association of Resident Doctors, raising expectations for full restoration of medical services across FCT hospitals and health facilities. Bandits have carried out successive attacks on communities in Kano State bordering Katsina, abducting at least 25 residents and injuring 2 others. The latest assault occurred on Sunday night in Unguwa Tsuyima off Faruwa village and in Dabawa community, with both in Shanono local government area. The incident came less than a day after a similar attack in Yankamaye of Zanyawa local government area, highlighting a troubling pattern along the Kano-Katsina boundary. Conflict journalist Bakasine, who reported the incidents, questioned the effectiveness of the alleged peace arrangement in neighboring Katsina. Residents say the repeated incursions have created heightened fear and instability, with communities left vulnerable to nighttime raids and kidnappings. Local vigilante groups have also raised concerns over the increasing sophistication of the attackers. The continued attacks underscore the worsening security situation in the northwest and intensify pressure on authorities to strengthen coordinated counter-terrorism operations across state borders. The Kano state government has expressed concern over the reported resurgence of banned commercial motorcycle operations known as Achaba in parts of the state. Commissioner for Information Ibrahim Waya confirmed that the verified reports show Achaba riders have illegally returned to several locations. He acknowledged the rising public anxiety over the development and confirmed that residents have submitted recommendations for enhanced surveillance and enforcement. These include stronger monitoring at entry and exit points of Kano metropolis and neighboring communities. The government said the suggestions are being reviewed as part of a broader security assessment, with new measures already being activated to restore order. It emphasized that security agencies remain fully deployed across the state's 44 local government areas. The administration of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf urged citizens to remain vigilant and report suspicious activities, assuring that collaboration with local councils and traditional institutions will be strengthened to ensure full compliance with the Achaba ban. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has forecast sunny and hazy conditions across the country from Monday to Wednesday, advising the public to take necessary precautions. The outlook shows that northern states will experience clear skies on Monday before transitioning into widespread dust haze by midweek. The central region is expected to witness intervals of sunshine and cloudy conditions throughout the period, gradually becoming predominantly sunny and hazy on Wednesday. NIMET warned that visibility may reduce in some locations. In the south, cloudy weather with periods of sunshine is anticipated. There are also slim chances of isolated thunderstorms over Oka, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa and Cross River on Monday, with the storm zone likely to extend to Delta, Lagos, Ogun and Rivers from Tuesday. NIMET urged motorists to drive carefully during rainfall and advised persons with asthma or respiratory challenges to limit exposure to dust, especially as particles remain suspended across northern states during the hazy spell. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Presidency defends Tinubu's ambassadorial nominees. Terror financiers to be exposed soon, presidential aid. And coming up shortly, Akwa Ibom bombs masquerade street displays. Enugu strengthens EU partnership on energy and education. We'll be right back.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year. Powered by Nigerian Breweries. And this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
Still on the news. A major disagreement has surfaced in Delta North over the proposed creation of Anyoma State as constituents represented by Senator Ned Walker's office reject the position taken by state lawmakers and local government chairmen. The legislators had declared that any new Anyoma State must remain in the South-South geopolitical zone, citing historical alignment. A counter statement signed by Gloria Okoluwo, consultant to Senator Walker, dismissed the lawmakers' resolution as unrepresentative and issued without consulting the people. She described the move as an attempt to downplay a generational demand for fairness in Nigeria's federal structure. The statement argued that Anyoma historically aligns with the Southeast and that creating a sixth state for the region remains essential to equity. It's one that rejecting ongoing negotiations gives undue advantage to other groups pushing similar demands. Senator Ned Walker's office stressed that the National Assembly is driving the process and reminded State Assembly members that a referendum will ultimately determine the true will of the Anyoma people. Kinsmen of former Benue Speaker Hyacinth Dajo have accused Governor Hyacinth earlier of orchestrating what they describe as political victimization against his son. The Mbatiav Unity Forum said the governor engineered Dajo's removal from office on unfounded allegations. Speaking through its Resident General Tewase Basha, the forum demanded Dajo's immediate reinstatement to assembly activities. The group condemned the initial 3-month suspension and its recent extension by a further 6 months. They alleged that the assembly denied Dajo a fair hearing and acted under political influence rather than due process. According to them, the actions portray a targeted campaign to silence the former speaker. The forum called on Governor Alia to intervene and ensure the suspension is lifted, describing Dajo as a competent leader who deserves justice. Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno has ordered a complete ban on masquerade displays across streets in the state, citing rising incidents of intimidation, extortion, and disruption of public order. The directive was issued during a church event in New York. Governor Eno said the activities had become a security threat and were inconsistent with the moral values of a Christian state. He warned that mass displays with smoke and frightening elements could provoke harmful practices that do not glorify God. The governor instructed the Commission of Police and all the security agencies to arrest and prosecute anyone engaging in street masquerade activities. He also directed local government chairmen to exclude masquerade from all cultural presentations during the December festival. In a separate announcement, Governor Eno approved the payment of the 13th month salary known as Enomba Pro before December 20th and promised the distribution of rice to all villages during the homecoming celebrations. The Enugu State Government and the European Union have agreed to deepen collaboration across education, energy and economic development following a visit by EU Ambassador Gautier Mignot and other envoys. The delegation expressed readiness to align with Governor Peter Mbah's reform agenda. Current EU support includes the Solo for Health program, providing microgrids to 20 primary health centers and 124 SMEs, and the Nigerian Energy Supports program, funding 3 interconnected mini-grids for 1,000 beneficiaries. The EU is also training teachers under the EISS Smart Green Schools project. Governor Mbah commended the EU for its support and disclosed that the state allocates over 33% of its budget to education to build globally competitive skills among young people. He said the partnership complements his administration's development priorities. The governor invited EU member states to invest in Enugu's aviation and gas sectors, noting plans to open the international wing of Akano Ibiam International Airport soon to attract more global airlines. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has announced a revenue of 5.078 trillion naira for October 2025, marking a major rise from the previous month's figures. The company's profit after tax increased to 447 billion naira. According to its latest financial report, revenue grew by 19.2% from 4.26 trillion naira recorded in September, while PAT more than doubled from 216 billion naira. The company attributed the surge to strengthened production and improved market conditions. The report also highlighted NNPCL's significant contributions to the Federation account, with statutory payments totaling 11.150 trillion naira between January and September 2025. Officials say the improved performance reflects ongoing reforms in the national oil sector. The company recalled that its total revenue for the 2024 financial year stood at 45.1 trillion naira, signaling sustained growth into 2025. The Enugu state government has unveiled plans to generate 1,000 megawatts of electricity using its abundant coal reserves as part of a major economic expansion drive. Senior Special Assistant on Power, Joe Aneke, said the targeted output is crucial to achieving Governor Peter Mbah's economic growth vision. The state is engaging over 6 consortia to develop the project, leveraging coal deposit described as cleaner and of higher grade than many other globally. Aneke stressed that any development will strictly comply with environmental standards and undergo full environmental impact assessments. He noted that despite high capital requirements and complex feasibility studies, the 1,000 MW goal is achievable within 3 years of commencement. One company, Nisus and Stanley Limited, has already signed an MOU to produce 150 megawatts. Aneke said the planned rollout of coal-powered plants and embedded generation facilities will drive industrialization, create jobs, and provide affordable electricity for residents. The Super Eagles are yet to release the provisional squad for AFCON 2025 nearly a week after signaling an imminent announcement on social media. The delay comes as other participating nations, including South Africa, have already submitted their 55-man list. Football analyst Clinton McDoubles criticized the situation, describing it as typical of Nigeria's slow football administration. He questioned the need to prepare a large list to close to the December 11 deadline. McDoubles warned that the delay could force coach Eric Schell into a hurried selection process that relies heavily on familiar names instead of informed players. He cited concerns that consistent performers like Paul Onochu may be overlooked. The analyst concluded that the final squad may mirror that used during the recent World Cup playoffs, reflecting limited time for thorough evaluation. Nigeria's vice-captain Moses Simon will miss the December 14 international friendly against Egypt after his club, Paris FC, declined to release African players before that date. The match falls just a week before AFCON 2025 begins in Morocco. Paris FC stance means Simon cannot join the squad in time, posing a setback for coach Eric Schell, who considers him central to Nigeria's attacking plans. Several other players with club fixtures in Europe may also be unavailable. The situation reflects wider challenges African teams face due to congested European schedules that run into AFCON preparation windows. Nigeria could similarly miss Alexi Iwobi, Samuel Chukwueze, Calvin Bassey and Frank Onyeka for the friendly. Egypt is also awaiting responses from clubs including Liverpool and Manchester City on the availability of key players such as Mohamed Salah. Nollywood actress Tonto DK has cautioned business owners against offering poor customer service, warning that dissatisfied customers may permanently abandon their products. She said businesses cannot thrive if clients leave with negative experiences. DK linked the habit to sabotaging one's own prayers for success, noting that bad service during a first transaction can irreversibly damage customers' trust. She urged business operators to prioritize courtesy, transparency, and effective communication. The actress added that negative customer experiences often spread quickly, damaging a company's reputation and reducing patronage. She emphasized that retaining customers is cheaper and more strategic than seeking new ones. Her message continues her recent public commentary on business ethics and personal finance, including warnings about scam tactics such as fake transfer claims. Nollywood star Mercy Aigbe has expressed deep gratitude to the public following the burial of her mother, Miss Abisola Grace Owoduni, over the weekend. She described the ceremony as a touching celebration of her mother's life. In an emotional message, Aigbe said the support from friends, family and her children strengthened her during the difficult moments. She thanked Nigerians for their prayers, kindness and solidarity throughout the mourning period. The actress said the large turnout at the event demonstrated the profound love her mother commanded. Stars from the Nollywood industry and notable personalities were in attendance. Aigbe bid her mother farewell with the message, "Fly high with the angels," acknowledging that the support she received eased the weight of her grief. And now to our news across the country, here are the main points again. The presidency has defended President Tinubu's ambassador nominees, insisting the selections aligned with global diplomatic practice. The presidency has assured Nigerians that financiers of terrorism will soon be exposed. The Bureau of Public Procurement has invited investigators for a full-scale audit of its operations. FCT resident doctors have suspended their strike following approvals granted by Minister Nyesom Wike. Bandit attacks have intensified in Kano communities along the Katsina border. The agitation for a Nyoma state renewal triggers debate over South-South and South-East geopolitical identity. Akwa Ibom state government has banned masquerade street displays across the state. Enugu state government has strengthened cooperation with the European Union on energy and education development projects. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, or Let's Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. If you can put food on the table for people, the children and the family, you're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money. but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning with my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now. Because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There's no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use as celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas, anywhere it's happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins. Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Reckless driving has become a disturbing trend on Enugu roads, contributing to avoidable accidents, injuries, and tragic loss of lives. From speeding to ignoring traffic rules, many road users are concerned about the rising dangers. Today, we are on the streets of Enugu to hear from residents about this pressing issue.
You know, before they used to blame it on the roads, but nowadays I don't think it's the roads that cause it. I just think it's ignorance. Some of them are like ignorance. Okay, you know you're supposed to put on your trafficator before you enter into this road, but then you decide to put it when you're already done entering the street. It doesn't make sense. And then let's go to the KK people. You know, obviously you want to overtake, and you know how small your keke is. But no, you want to overtake a big trailer. Does it make sense? Well, they are just different causes of reckless driving here in Enugu, and most of them, if you check it, most of them actually are faults, like the driver's faults, and there are mistakes that should not be made.
Our people are impatient. We are too rushed in everything, especially this Ember mode. Somebody will be making efforts since January to the September, October, November. Once you reach November, you started what you didn't achieve since January. You try to achieve it under 1 month, which is not possible. If God want to bless you, He will bless you. But everybody should cool down. If you didn't eat something today, tomorrow we eat it. You must not get everything under pressure. So our people should be take it easy in life, especially commercial drivers, because as you are driving, they will try to maneuver you. In the process, they will either you hit your car or you hit them.
I don't think there's any proper regulation of driving in the country that takes place. Though we have agencies like road safety, but we don't often take time to know whether the person passes through driving tests. Those days we used to have a driving test where somebody would go and learn how to drive and would be tested before issuance of a driving license. So it should be reintroduced. People should really be known and tested to know how to handle the steering. 2, people should know the regulations of the road. Regulations. Don't overtake at a bend, don't overtake on a bridge and the rest of them. These basic things should be taught to people. I have a friend that traveled abroad, and they said that for you to have driving license, it takes 3 years of intensive learning. 3 years. Finland precisely. But you see here in Nigeria, once somebody can ignite a vehicle and set the tires rolling, the person drives, whether he has license or not. So basically that one. Then before we talk about the issue of drinking or not drinking and sleeping on duty, sleeping on steering or not sleeping on steering, people should learn how to really walk and have a time to rest. Not somebody driving from Enugu to Lagos, reaching Lagos 6 p.m. and he enters steering again to start coming to Enugu by 9 o'clock in the night, just about 3 hours. So there are many factors, please.
Drivers taking hard drug, then depression. Like say some drivers don't have license, and yet some of them will carry motor and come out. Some don't even know how to drive, but yet because they have the access to car, they will take it. Then traffic light is another thing. Many are not obeying the rule of traffic lights, while some
Good afternoon and welcome to Sports on Aneke TV. I am Ifeanyi Akpata, your host. On Sports, we're going to look into the local scene where we see Rangers International against Eyimba Football Club of Aba that were beaten all away from home, going down to Aba Township Stadium and collecting a whooping defeat from Eyimba Football Club of Aba. We'll look into the other events across the nation and within the continent of Africa, where the FIBA team, that is the D Tigers of Nigeria, against their counterpart from Rwanda, which succeedingly won the game in their preparation for the FIBA World Cup qualifiers. And on the other side, we look into the CAF Champions League, where we see Rivers United on Friday being beaten against a team all the way from Morocco, winning them in Nigeria. Let's take a look at the Nigerian Premier League, where you see Eyimba Football Club of Aba winning Rangers International 2-1. during the weekend. That was yesterday, and you see Eyimba Football Club suffering from various counts of defeat, both home, both away, and eventually getting the win from that particular game against their friendly foes, which is Rangers International. You know, it is a derby, and we go into the foreign scene too, where you see Arsenal winning. Arsenal playing draw to Chelsea at the English Premier League, which is called the London Derby. Liverpool, on the other hand, winning West Ham United by 2-0. Manchester United, after every successful tries to win, succeedingly wins Crystal Palace by 2-1 in the English Premier League. Kun Khalifa in the Nigerian Premier League, a newly promoted team as well, who have succeedingly tried to see if maybe they can get all things done by seeing themselves maintain that top spot in the Nigerian Premier League. Won yesterday to Plateau United and Abia Warriors, a team that has strived so hard to maintain that up run in the Nigerian Premier League, has successfully been beaten yesterday again in the Nigerian Premier League. Abia Warriors were beaten by Ikorodu City. So we'll go take a good look at all the sport rounds, how the D Tigers of Nigeria are trying so hard, winning their games to see if they can qualify for the FIBA World Cup, winning their counterpart Rwanda in the qualifying series. Eric Schell, on the other hand, the Super Eagles coach, are still expected to submit the 27-man list for the AFCON in December 2025. Where you go check the happening around sports, you see the coach of the Nigerian Football Federation, the Super Eagles, Eric Schell, is being monitored to see if he's going to get it right this time around, considering the fact that since he was called upon as the coach of the Super Eagles, he hasn't lost any match, not until DR Congo at the FIFA World Cup qualifiers, where he was beaten at the penalty shootout. He has played 7 games, 5 wins and 2 draws. So we see if maybe in Morocco, come 23rd of December, at the kickoff of the AFCON, if Nigeria can succeedingly win at the Group C, where you have Tunisia, Tanzania and Rwanda. Again, we still look at how the Nigerian players sustaining injuries now, if Victor Osimhen might possibly go to the Nations Cup, because the news around now seems that Benjamin Frederick, the Nigerian defender who plays for Denmark in Denmark, is suffering from a knee injury, and currently he is not available for the Nations Cup. Victor Osimhen is still considered to see if maybe possibly he is going to be part of the squad for the Nations Cup. Ademola Lookman, on the other hand, picking his form in Atlanta, scoring a goal in the win against Fiorentina yesterday at the Italian Serie A. So we'll be looking at, take a closer look at events around Nigerian sports and the world at large. Now let's take a closer look at that Nigerian Premier League. Now let's start in the Nigerian Premier League. Currently now, Ikorodu City, a team that has been promoted into the Nigerian Premier League for 2 seasons now or more, topping the Nigerian Premier League on goal difference against Nasarawa United where you have clubs like Rivers United playing third at the table, where you have Rangers International playing seventh at the table, where you have Eimba Football Club of Aba and Kano Pillars hitting it bad at the Nigerian Premier League table, bottom. Do you see Rivers United coming back? Do you see Remo Stars, the defending champion? Because as it stands now, Remo Stars are currently not in their best form to maintain or to retain the Nigerian Premier League title. Ikorodu City, a team that was neglected previously and now trying to see if they can redeem themselves back in the Nigerian Premier League. Nasarawa United, on the other hand, wow, you have to take a closer look at what is really happening in the Nigerian Premier League. It is a call for change because you see teams that are not expected to be there are currently topping that table. Ikorodu, Nasarawa United. You see teams like Warri Wolves that just came back from the Nigerian National League into the Nigerian Premier League, proving so hard to maintain that top form. Niger Tornadoes at the third position in the Nigerian Premier League. And when you have defending champions and champions who have won the cup before, Eimba, Rivers, Rangers, Kano Pillars, and the current champions, Remo Star, not in their best form in the Nigerian Premier League. And you go to the English Premier League as well, where you see Arsenal, after 2 years, trying to see if this season is going to be the perfect season for them to win that league. Since their unbeaten run in 2003-2004 season, they've not really had their best form. Trying to see if this season is going to be one of the best seasons for them. They played a 1-1 draw with Chelsea at the Stamford Bridge yesterday in the English Premier League, where Chelsea midfielder Moses Caicedo received a red card in that particular game. At the 38th minute, he received a red card from a tackle. Liverpool, on the other hand, in several games in the English Premier League, this should count in the 8th Premier League games now so far, on a straight run, winning 2 and losing 6. Do you see Liverpool to maintain their position to retain the cup? Manchester United, on the other hand, having an edge to see if maybe they can possibly cross over to winning the league, as it was known before, Manchester United. Man City succeedingly winning on Saturday by 3-2, scoring 3 goals in a very tough game on Saturday to see if they can retain that league from Liverpool, who are the current holders of the English Premier League. Now when you go to FIBA basketball, the World Cup qualifiers as well, where the Nigerian D Tigers are trying so hard to see if they can clinch a ticket at the FIBA World Cup, winning their counterpart Rwanda at the qualifiers going on. I don't know if you see the Nigerian basketball team, the Nigerian D Tigers, doing well if they can qualify, because not just qualifying is the problem. If possibly if they qualify, are they going to do better when you have teams from the US, teams from the UK, Spain, Denmark? Do you see them doing perfectly well at the World Cup? Because it's been a long run where Nigerian basketball teams, they don't really perform perfectly at the continental level or at the world level. But when it comes to the local level, the intercontinental level, the African shores, We are champions like the D Tigress of Nigeria too. The female basketball team, they do well too. They just won the cup. But the male team, the D Tigers, I don't know if they can do well in the World Cup come next year, 2026. But for a fine start, winning Rwanda is a perfect run for them. Now we can move a little bit. Let's shake it off to the Nigerian National League as well, because the lower division too, it's counting, and you see teams from Ebonyi State, teams like Abakaliki FC. You see Aqua United that just played the Nigerian Premier League last season being relegated. You see teams like Lobby Stars at the Nigerian National League. You see teams like Beyond Limit trying to see if they can come back into the Nigerian Premier League. You see teams like Inter Lagos as well. Because during the weekend, Aqua United, no Aqua United, Abakaliki FC won Solution FC by 2-0 in the Nigerian National League. You see Inter Lagos as well, Smart City, trying to see if they are going to do well, come back into the Nigerian Premier League. Because if you watch 2 years ago, I guess, 2 years ago, yeah, correctly, Inter Lagos were in the Nigerian Premier League. They struggled so hard to see if they can retain their spot, if they can maintain their fight in the Nigerian Premier League, of which they lost it. They lost that fight. Then you check teams like, Beyond Limit selling their slots to see if they can manage their funds in the Nigerian National League, because they qualified too as well to come to the Nigerian Premier League. You see teams like Abakaliki FC playing the Federation Cup final last season against Kwara United, losing on penalty shootout. If they can maintain that heat, if they can maintain that form and come back to the Nigerian Premier League, because they struggled so hard last season, they tried, although they did not do well in the National League level, but playing the finals in the Federation Cup against Kwara United, losing in the penalty shootout, was something to marry about, because Kwara United was a team that did very well in the Nigerian Premier League last season, trying to see if they will win the Nigerian Federation Cup, go take a slot in the CAF Confederation Cup at the continental level. Abakaliki FC, on the other hand, seeing if their poor form at the Nigerian National League will help them win that cup, considering the fact that they are just a team that was established 2 years ago. So we'll take a closer look at things, sports around the world, sports within Nigeria. You see, you ask yourself, if truly the teams in Nigeria can contend with the teams from other continents in Africa, other countries in Africa, like when you see Rivers United on Friday losing to RS Berkane of Morocco in their home soil. It was a painful game, because when you watch that game, you will see that Rivers United played perfectly well, not until the 97th minute when RS Berkane equalized the goal that was being given to Rivers United. Rivers United were leading 1-0 not until the 97th minute. And at the 97th minute, Rivers United collecting equalizing goal, and still, I don't know if maybe they wanted to play a draw or so, and the next minute, just the next minute again, they lost that match. At the 97th minute, they equalized the goal. At the 98th minute, they lost that game on home soil. and they will be playing away to Power Dynamos of Zambia in the CAF Champions League. You begin to ask yourself, can they do something better in the league? Can they maintain that heat in the Champions League? In a group where you see them with champions, Pyramids of Egypt, RS Berkane of Morocco, Power Dynamos of Zambia, can Rivers United maintain that heat to qualify from that group at the CAF Champions League? Can Rangers International do something better this season to see if they can win the Nigerian Premier League and get a ticket at the continental level for next season at the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederation Cup? On the other hand, in the foreign scene, can Arsenal win the English Premier League this season? Let's see how it goes. For now, we keep our fingers crossed. For Wednesday, there should be a game on in the Nigerian Premier League and the English Premier League. We'll still keep our fingers crossed. We'll watch what happens. We'll see who is who and who wins the league eventually. I am Ifeanyi Akpata, your host for today on Aneke TV. Thank you very much.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the one I'm planning with my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair. No, I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us till next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use and celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas. Anywhere it's happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So, with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins. Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Reckless driving has become a disturbing trend on Enugu roads, contributing to avoidable accidents, injuries, and tragic loss of lives. From speeding to ignoring traffic rules, many road users are concerned about the rising dangers. Today, we are on the streets of Enugu to hear from residents about this pressing issue.
You know, before they used to blame it on the roads, but nowadays I don't think it's the roads that cause it. I just think it's ignorance. Some of them are like ignorance. Okay, you know you're supposed to put on your trafficator before you enter into this road, but then you decide to put it when you're already done entering the street. It doesn't make sense. And then, let's go to the Keke people. You know, obviously you want to overtake, and you know how small your Keke is, but no, you want to overtake a big trailer. Does it make sense? Well, they're just different causes of reckless driving here in Enugu, and most of them, if you check it, most of them actually are faults, like the driver's faults, and there are mistakes that should not be made.
Our people are impatient. We are too rushed in everything, especially this Ember mood. Somebody will be making efforts since January to the September, October, November. Once you reach November, you started what you didn't achieve since January. You try to achieve it under 1 month, which is not possible. If God want to bless you, He will bless you. But everybody should cool down. If you didn't eat something today, tomorrow we eat it. You must not get everything under pressure. So our people should be take it easy in life, especially commercial drivers, because as you are driving, they will try to maneuver you. In the process, they will either you hit your car or you hit them.
I don't think there's any proper regulation of driving in the country that takes place. Though we have agencies like road safety, but we don't often take time to know whether the person passes through road test, driving tests. Those days we used to have a driving test where somebody would go and learn how to drive and would be tested before issuance of a driving license. So it should be reintroduced. People should really be known and tested to know how to handle the steering. 2, people should know the regulations of the road. Regulations. Don't overtake at a bend, don't overtake on a bridge and the rest of them. These basic things should be taught to people. I have a friend that traveled abroad and they said that for you to have driving license, it takes 3 years of intensive learning. 3 years. Finland precisely. But you see here in Nigeria, once somebody can ignite a
You're welcome to Aneke TV, broadcasting from Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. And we are here on our program, Arena. Arena is a political program, current affairs, that involve discourse on national issues, international issues, and other things that help to enlighten humans. We welcome you to this program, and we have very eminent personalities here, guests who are going to help us in discussing our topic for today, which is Nigeria and her security challenges. And let me start from my right to introduce to you a public affairs analyst, public affairs commentator, a man who has passion for ensuring that a man dies in him who keeps silence in the face of tyranny. Let me introduce Dr. Chikezie Obase. Please, you're welcome to Arena.
Thank you, Chief Rex. Thank you, our listeners and our viewers. You're welcome.
And from my left, I have yet another man, the former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists. He's also an editor. He's many things at various times. Comrade Kenneth Ofoma, you're welcome to Arena.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here.
Let me start from you, Obase. Nigeria and her security challenges. What were the problems that led to a situation where security of lives and property in this country nosedived to the present level? When we are talking about the present level, we are talking about a level from the ridiculous, or from the sublime to the ridiculous anyway.
So what do you think were actually the causes?
Okay, first, if we begin to look at security from the perspective of territorial integrity, maintaining territorial integrity, which is the perspective many of us always look at security, it becomes a little worrisome how we just die. But if we realize that maintaining territorial integrity, stability of the country is a combination of multiple factors, we understand that decay has since, actually been long. We begin to, not only Nigeria anyway, Nigeria happened to have these enormous security challenges because of the population we have. We are so big, and other factors are worse. So when you aggregate each of the factors in a tiny space, 900 or something, less than 1,000,000 square kilometers, you appreciate why Nigerian case seems to look like it's peculiar and unique. But let's look at it from the perspective of our colonial masters. The big question is, did Africa, the formation of Africa, the formation of Nigeria, did it actually encompass one that should be cohesive? That's a very big question. That's a very fundamental question. And then our forefathers tried to get that done properly in 1960 when they began with regional government so that we can actually manage ourselves. But by 1967, we were unable to do that. 66 precisely, we were unable to, manage a country. Had our first queue, and then it looked at the center could no longer hold. By after that queue, first, we wanted to get into the system of governance. We borrowed the presidential system of governance. That actually, for me, I have not seen a developing nation that developed with that presidential system of governance. That put capitalism right and then put greed at the foremost part of it. The welfare of the citizen, we are, pushed to the background, and we began to see other things worsening. From a country of less than 60 million Nigerians in 1960, today we are talking about 230 million Nigerians. And if you look at the Human Capital Development Index we have, the HDI, we rank so low. The GDP per capita is so low, and you see that everybody is now struggling like animals, in an uncivilized environment. That has worsened the socio-economic indicators in us, and it has turned everybody to be looking for solutions to survive. That is one angle of insecurity. Second angle, which many of us haven't actually looked at, is the issue of climate change. Many a time we hear that militia from Mali, Niger, flocks into Nigeria, killing Nigerians and so on. Yes, that is true. But if you understand clearly that over 30 million Africans have migrated southward, in the last 30 years, you understand the enormous difficulty this poses. There is a lot of climate change which Africa is bearing, a whole lot of grunts, having less than 4% contribution to climate change, but bearing over 80% of the consequences. Today we have a lot of desertification over there in the northern part of Africa. A lot of lakes, water bodies are drying up. Lake Chad used to be 40,000 square kilometers. Today it's almost dried up. So you discover that has pushed a whole lot of nomads to come down to the south. And certainly Nigeria happens to be a place where you could say in West Africa is the richest, in Africa is the richest country in Africa. And it attracts for it to itself, a lot of people who want to migrate to Nigeria. The border that the north has no border, to say. I wouldn't say we have a porous border, because porous border means that there is border. And the north practically has no border. A situation where you have over 1,000 entry points, and majority of them are not even manned by security men. That people are still mapping out that place. So it allowed influx into Nigeria, without being checked. And that's on one side. The other side is the international organization and conspiracy, and then management of insecurity in sub-Saharan Africa, the Sahel region. We know clearly 2009, 2010, the greatest weapon in Africa was unleashed on Africa, and that was the killing of Muammar Gaddafi. And that allowed a whole lot of weapons to traverse across the Sahel region of Africa. And Nigeria got our own share. We saw Sudan being destabilized. We saw a lot of our African countries, including Mali. That actually is a very big problem for many of us. And finally, we are seeing a situation whereby we are having internal rescuedness, within the country. Like I said, we can begin to unbundle this from a whole component of insecurity. And then we begin to look at it and center it around human security. So that once a human being feels not secured, his wants not being given to him, he is bound to struggle, including edging the next man out to provide for those things. That means that we are going back to the Russian state, where survival of the fittest becomes the order of the day. And that's exactly what Nigeria has found herself. So when we hear that you have bandits in the northeast, northwest, Boko Haram in the northeast, militants in the south, separatist agitation in the southeast, kidnappers everywhere, these are symptoms, of a failed system of leadership that failed to provide proper human security to an average citizen.
Thank you, Comrade Ofoma.
Well, do I...
One school of thought said might has become like right in Nigeria. What can you say about that?
I think that in summary, my co-discussant has just hit the nail on the head in his last comment. A leadership challenge in handling some of this insecurity. Talk about climate change, talk about population. Those are not the reason why we are not the most populated country in the world. China is how many times? Almost 6 times more populous. India is also about 6 times more populous. America is about 350 million, and so many other countries. But yet they are able to secure their citizens, secure their border, and what have you, and use modern technology. But first of all, the difficulty our leaders are facing, and when I say leadership, it's not just current administration. I mean, over time, successive leaders to even acknowledge the security challenge we are facing. Because, again, when you talk about climate change, that is not why we are having this problem. Most of the problems, for instance, Boko Haram did not start because of headers. They are not headers. They are just religious fundamentalists who believe in installing caliphate. So Nigeria has become, which is also one central theme, because our security challenges are multifarious, multidimensional. But the most dangerous is the aspect of Nigeria being a hub for expansion of global terrorism. And that is just, and our government also, we are not paying attention for somewhat political reasons. And for the fact that also some of our leaders, not those in politics this time, not those in governance, but ethnic leaders don't see anything wrong, can't be courageous enough to talk to their children or to even encourage the government to take drastic actions. But when the government wants to take the drastic action to curtail the insecurity, it is those ethnic leaders or religious leaders that are going to shout. There's a particular religious leader who is saying that
Don't say there's a particular
these terrorists, he said that they are not terrorists, that they are jihadists. It's very laughable. When you ask yourself, why can't government bring that man in for questioning? Because of that same politics. So it's a problem that will require political will. It's a problem that will also require government understanding the enormity of the problem facing us. We don't seem to understand it. There must be a country before you become a leader or a president or a governor or a senator. There must be a country first. Nigeria has drastically changed terribly in the negative side. You cannot travel on our road, you cannot sleep in your house, you cannot go to farm, you cannot go to market. There is insecurity everywhere you turn. And so it's not just enough declaring a national emergency. You know, that is cosmetic. The thing is action.
We'll get to that. We'll get to when you begin to talk about what we are going to do to move forward. But before we do that, I find out from you, Dr. Basse, when you say that things are not going well security-wise, and you have mentioned a whole lot of, you've reeled out a lot of factors that are part of or the causes. But I want to know exactly, when do you think that the security situation in Nigeria started derailing? Or do you think, or had Nigeria been like this ab initio? No. So, and who are supposed to be responsible? That is, those who were vested with the responsibility of the management, or the coordination, or responsibility of governance, who were the persons in charge when the security situation started derailing before it got to what it is presently.
Okay, so before I get into that answer, let me expound on the components of security so you appreciate why it's very important to point at which point you start having problems. You have, what we know clearly is what we call state-centric nature of security. Whereby the state government controls security. You know, they give you, if you have a problem, like Abacha said, if there's any trouble anywhere within 48 hours, if it's not stopped, know that government is complicit. That's the state-centric security system. And that, you can give it to the kinetic effort of the police, the military, but that's not where the trouble is. Nigeria began having problems in the 1970s when we had the first attack. When Nigeria asked the whole world to come and cooperate with us, we didn't have any security problem. People were living well. People were traveling. There was this young Caribbean reserve. People were enjoying themselves, you know. But by the time we got to 80s, I think the first Zangon-Qatar crisis was in late 80s and early 90s. Now that was the first pointer, for government to have understood that people are no longer living at peace. So what's the problem? Freedom of worship. Religion was an issue. People not having the capacity to freely associate themselves. It led to a point where, if I go back in history, people will tell you that the Southerners who are living in the North had to get guns, knives to protect themselves. That was an internal crisis first. But if we take a look at that internal crisis, we will understand that it trailed down to what we have today as the ISWAP and, not ISWAP rather, this sect in Zaria, trying to have their own religious enclave. The government should have understood what was the problem. How do we revise this issue so that
the Shiites.
The Shiites, yes, take the Shiites. How do we have that there's community security? Everybody can worship irrespective of your religion. People should see religion from their own perspective. This is you and your God. For example, how did China solve the problem? I'm just trying to tell you how you go. China will tell you, you don't have to practice religion here. Believe in yourself, believe in karma. That's their own adoption. Because they understand clearly that if you allow religion to come in, you have a big problem. If you go back in history, you understand that when Karma said that religion is the opium of the masses, leaders across the generations, from 3rd century after Christ till today, have been using religion. And that's why you have the Anglican Church, the head of the Anglican Church is the UK, what's it called, the king, who incidentally turns out to be the leader of the UK, United Kingdom. Then, you go to Catholic, the head of first pope we have is Constantine, who was an emperor. If you go, so people who are using religion to lead. So when they don't feel, they don't like it, they push it and he uses it on insecurity. So that was the first one. Then the second thing is economic security. You see, people began to steal loot, when they don't have enormous enough to keep to themselves. And that actually led to what we saw in Niger Delta militancy. When people were beginning to say, oh, sorry, when they went to Abuja and said, oh, this is where our oil money is coming from. And they went into militancy. Until today, we saw that the the person that is managing security in Niger Delta is Tompolo. So, you see, economic emancipation, they were brought in, amnesty was provided. So economically, they were down. You look at it again, the same is going on with so-called former settlers crisis, economic security. Kidnapping is number one thing that actually, if you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom. That's economic insecurity. But it's giving us heavy stress today because government failed to look at that. Cyber security, hacking banks and so on. These are not soft, these are soft target security. But it's giving us heavy, serious stress today in Nigeria. No, I've not mentioned the state insecurity. Then you talk about health. I mentioned community. Talk about political space. We saw that in Kenya. We saw that in Madagascar recently. Where people feel they are cheated. We are looking at one in Guinea-Bissau. If we have crisis in Guinea-Bissau now, would we say we don't know what happened? The election was going on. People's mandate was to be announced, and somebody says he has been toppled. So you see, when you aggregate these insecurities and place it properly, see that over the years, because of widespread corruption, government have neglected those things we may think that are not serious, they have become serious. What is the crisis in the middle, in the north central? It's economic crisis. Started with just team when the white man was there. That was when the crisis started. Migrants that came into Jos wanted to take over the people's land, and then that was when team was there because they felt there was something going on there. You understand? So the issue is, if you take a look at this, every leadership in Nigeria, I say from 1980s down to today, has shown one irresponsibility or the other. I've not mentioned how they come up. So what you see is that those vested with power, from state to local government area to federal, don't understand security. Let me tell you the one that's happening now, because I think that's what I'm concerned most. Look at the state of our local government areas. Rex, you know clearly, when we are younger, of May 27th, October 27th, all of us will go looking at October 1st, all of us will go to local government headquarters, taking salute from the local government chairman. And that gives us sense of patriotism. Every child that's coming up, if you are not selected to be among those that will go for that march past, you will feel like something has gone off you. And if for any reason you come up tops, your own team come up tops, you feel like you have, in fact, if they say, it's right, and you look at the local government chairman, you too, like, you have seen God. That puts in some element of responsibility, some element of patriotism in you. We see our local government chairman. I passed through a secondary primary school where the then local government chairman will bring in a bus every Tuesday and Thursday in the name of mobile library. And I benefited from it. Now the first principle, if you go to first instrument layer of government that touches every citizen, is local government system. Today what we have, our local government are gone. The only time you see local government, people activities in local government area is during when the allocation comes down to local government area. People just scatter the allocation and goes away. So we are seeing government from a point where it is transactional. A total leadership failure. People who do not understand that each component of this actually affects the other. And then we have grown up with an idea, which Patrick Aneke, in his two-state policy theory, says it's moral and immoral states. We have grown up to a point where we see government as in Igbo land, they say, oh, Igbo, that's white man's work. It doesn't concern me. If you go in there, anything you see, you grab and loot. And then killing each component of this security down. Even in the military, we saw that from Ecomoc time, where equipping the military became an issue. Today it is business. If you go into contact of military security-wise, people are giving substandard equipment. Go to the places where our security men are living. The other day, the president says that that is recovering those that are sent, to the VIPs. And I laugh. Recover them from where to where? How many security men do we have? So the corruption and the poor leadership who do not take cognizance of these tiny bits of security have allowed it to collapse. And they are today pursuing state-centric security. Kill people, buy them, put them in prison. Again, it doesn't solve the problem. Because if I'm hopeless in Nigeria, the easiest thing is to commit crime and ask government to put me to prison. Of course, they give me a shelter, give me food, give me water, and as intelligent as I think I am, I'll still be in that place and go to National Open University free of charge. Government will pay. After all, we know one billionaire today who is reading law in National Open University. So if you understand, then how many people do you bundle to the prison? How many? I always ask this question. If you have a 100,000 Boko Haram members today tell you that they don't want to surrender with their arms, and they come out in the field to say this is where we are, what would you do with them? Would you kill them? Nobody would agree to kill them. Would you imprison them? So you now tax we, who are good citizens, to continue catering for their, for their shelter, their health, their food, and so on. So it's government who do not understand this, do not understand the tiny bits of insecurity that has ravaged the system, and we are seeing. So going by your question, where do we start? My brother started as far back as 1980s.
Okay, our problem started way back in the early 80s. We're going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue from where we stopped. I am still your anchor, Rex Arum.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year. Powered by Nigerian Breweries. And this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there. Be happy. The fun, it's here.
You're welcome back. We're still on Arena in Aneke TV, Nigeria. And my guest, Dr. Obasi Chikeze, is still here with Comrade Ken Ofoma. We were talking about the problems where it started from. And presently, it has gone down to what it is. We have the actual insecurities outside health, food, and others, economic securities and all that. We talk about banditry. Of course, banditry is not captured in any of our law books. There's no place you see banditry or anything like that. So I do not even know how, after describing banditry, the government will take care of that. Terrorism, kidnapping, and a whole lot of it. And you earlier pointed that Nigeria is like coming to become the hub
of global terrorism.
Of global terrorism. ISWAP, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, as the case may be, and many others. So we became so loose to the extent that all these people are now coming into Nigeria. What was it? You said earlier too that leadership is part of the problem that we have. So how is leadership actually the problem? Has the leadership not fared well? Have they cared or have they not cared for what we are doing, for what they are supposed to do to ensure that they stem the tide of insecurity?
Well, the leadership over the years appear to have dropped the ball. And we cannot even say exactly this is the year it started. It was a gradual, incremental, degenerating situation. And one thing about security is that they mutate. Today you may be talking about, in quote, farmers herders clashes. Now you talk about terrorism. Now I talk about banditry. But if you ask me, they are all 5 fingers of one leprous hand.
Yeah.
And while government appears to be busy doing other things, doing politics, these people are busy consolidating and expanding and mutating. And government handling of the security when they are developing is also not the best. For instance, look at what eventually led to Boko Haram. When their leader, Mohammed Yusuf, was arrested by the military and handed over to the police, he was extrajudicially killed. And that led to the exponential increase in Boko Haram activities. Okay, look at people who say that they are agitating for self-determination, for instance. And they formed their group, Indigenous People of Biafra, where you had prominent people, including a former Chief Judge of Enugu State as a member, including a former President General of Ohanese as a member. That is to tell you that it was purely for agitating for self-determination, which is captured in our Constitution and the UN Charter, and African Charter. And they will say that they are marching without arms, just to create awareness on what they are agitating for. And you will see Nigerian security forces, particularly the military, open fire, kill some of them. So over time, it helped to make those people hardened and feel that we cannot even exercise our right of demonstration without arms. So the way our military handled, and now it has become a very big issue, leading to the arrest and rendition of their leader from Kenya to Nigeria. Many people miss the trend of events. It was not, for instance, the leader of IPOB that started the issue of sit at home. He was not the one. It was in 2021 when he was arrested as a way of protest that Simon Ekpa was now ordering people from Finland to start every Monday sit at home to press for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It was not Nnamdi Kanu himself. At the point, Nnamdi Kanu has to even order that they should stop the sit at home. If they must do it, let it be the day, maybe the day is going to court, and things like that. So the government handling of some of these problems, there are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, want to use a kinetic approach alone, it cannot. Kinetic approach cannot solve ideologically based groups or agitations.
So in that situation, you are trying to now lay credence to what they do in Kasa and Zamfara, where bandits come to meetings for the purpose of dialogue. Even after killing a whole lot of people, kidnapping a lot of people, and taking ransom.
That is also a wrong approach, because it should be a stick and carrot approach. It is wrong for bandits to come to discussion with arms, because Nigerian Constitution prohibits individuals from carrying arms. Before you carry arms, you must get a license. Sometimes they will even order the Nigerian police not to come to the venue of the dialogue with their uniform. So these are the things I'm telling you, that government handling of the situation is also where they are supposed to be serious and draw the line. We will not do that. Then where we are supposed to engage dialogue, we will use force. And so Secondly, we have in our constitution a situation where some people call it dual ideology. Nigeria is supposed to be a secular state with no official state religion. You understand? But at the same time, some people are alleging that it was not through legislation, but through smuggling in, that Nigerian issue of Sharia was smuggled into our constitution. You go to section 6. And Sharia was mentioned more than 60 times in the constitution. Islam was mentioned more than 27 times. Muhammad was mentioned more than 50 times, and so on and so forth. But there is no mention of Christianity. There is no mention of Jesus Christ in the Bible. Now, if you say you're a secular state, and in chapter 1, it says that this constitution is binding on everybody, is our ground norm, the law that guides this nation. That's what the constitution says. And then there is Sharia in the same constitution, which means the constitution has recognized Sharia as binding to everybody. And in Sharia, one of the provisions that if you don't believe in Islam, you can be killed. Which means our constitution sanctioned indirectly. Nigeria is now an Islamic state. And this is what is emboldening the fundamentalists. So we need to, again, some people are calling for another dialogue to look into our constitution. Some call it restructuring, call it all manner of things. So our Nigerian security situation is very dynamic, very complex. It requires political will to begin to tackle. Of course, the socio-economic issues as raised by my co-discussant, they are also important matters.
Okay. You have actually delved into this very well. I want to ask you one more time that for now, because of want of time, we may not have this discussion. This discussion requires several of it to actually discuss in details what the problems are, the Nigerian security challenges. But today, just as we are discussing, we must have to say something that we could do to get it right. So what are the ways out of this quagmire?
The way out of the quagmire, for instance, is to use the use of technology. Because it has become very clear that the terrorists have become emboldened. We have so pampered them that you remember when under the previous administration, even some are alleging that it's still going on now. We begin to negotiate with bandits and terrorists. We begin to call some of them repentant terrorists. You begin to say you are rehabilitating them and reabsorbing them into the society. Some say that some of the other day, a member of the National Assembly, a member of the rep, said that they saw names of bandits, terrorists, in the recruitment list of the Nigerian army. He said it in the open. So when you have such people, you begin to wonder who is the people disclosing the movement of our troops, that their bandits are now having successful killings of our military generals. They will lay ambush, successful ambush. Now, the federal government has to sanitize the military, look into the credentials of every military, those who are sympathetic and those who are not. We need to engage technology. I don't know why we can no longer use satellites. The other day, the Minister of Defense was saying that they know where the bandits are. They know the forest they are hiding, but the forest will not allow them to use bomb. It sounds ludicrous. The forest can prevent. There are technologies you can use that we use infrared. You don't even need to see the person, but you see movement due to heat coming from somebody's body. You can be thousands of miles in the sky, and you notice people gathering. And so we need to employ technology, more technology. We need to also ensure that there is accountability by the military officers.
Okay. Obviously, I'll come back to you. You know that this topic is very wide. We have so many things to talk about on the security challenges in Nigeria. But over time, as we go on in our subsequent editions, we'll still have you back to talk on this. But for today, what are the ways forward? Is it through the government, their will, in even the proposal by the President of America to come in for intervention and so on? Some people say it is the selling of our sovereignty and all that. And some others say the security challenges particularly are thriving because of rare earth metals that are found mostly in the north. China and the rest of them who are behind the excavation of those things and so on and so forth. These are all part of the allegations about insecurity. So what is our way forward?
Okay, let me start by making some comments on the issue of how America decided to say they wanted to solve the problem. In one of the radio programs, program or television program, I said Trump was blabbing and was bluffing. But he knew clearly that what he was saying was an nonsense. It doesn't exist in modern world, and he cannot do it. That was not because I feel America doesn't have the power, but and I love when Nigerians were like, hey, please come and help us. I said, help you from where to where? Which country has America helped? Countries on their international diplomacies will only tell you that they are for interest of their own country. All the wars that people have fought is for economic benefit of the country. United Nations was simply formed for the economic benefit of the 5 permanent members. So if you think anybody is coming here to help you, it doesn't make sense. I use the opportunity to say anybody that calls you a shithole nation, in the process says that you're a disgraced nation, is actually blabbing. And let me put it clearer, people may not understand. The number of people killed in Nigeria in a year is less than 1/3 of people killed in America by using assault rifle. The figures are there. But people may not understand that. I can help you to propagate your information. And what is pulling it down from being, sorted out in America is simply by looking at the law, stopping people from carrying out assault rifle. And here you want to tell us you want to solve the problem. The whole hula ballo started when Trump went to China, to Asia, and he couldn't get a deal. He discovered, look, I've lost out. Economically, we have lost out. China is controlling the world. Shanghai economy is controlling the world. So they're looking at Africa because you've lost Europe, you have lost Asia. The next continent is Africa. Here you have gold reserve in Zamfara, those places. China is having field day, which I don't support, and America wants to have a field day. And what they want to do is to woo Nigeria into agreeing to bargain. And you have seen that Mr. President has capitulated, they said last week that they are signing some security deals with America. Of course, they want to sell arms, there's nothing else. Now, having said that, you begin to ask yourself, what is the main cause of this insecurity? It's both national and international. National, when the leadership don't know how to lead. International, when there are so much pressures on you. The likes of, we saw what happened in Libya, happened to Muammar Gaddafi's petrodollar. Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, his petrodollar, his economic base. What happened in Libya was that Libya wanted an AU, that's African Union, where you have a single currency. So when they looked at having over 1 billion population coming together, tied in 54 states of Africa, the economic priorities would be so heavy. They destroyed it. Unfortunately, America hegemony cannot destroy China. That's the problem they have now. So they are looking at Africa. That's not a help. That's a pseudo help. That's new colonialism for me. So anybody thinking about that should better go back and read history from the 1648 down to United Nations. You understand what is playing out there. There's nobody coming to any country to help you solve their problem. You don't want to solve it. And you even worsened it by saying it was a Christian genocide. What does that imply? You are trying to bring a sectarian war across Nigeria. People are Christians and Muslims in the same area. And you are saying that Muslims who are suffering the same crisis the bandits are causing in the area are now the people killing Christians. What do you want to do? And somebody said, let him come and drop bomb. I said, let me be frank to you. If the bomb is dropped in Benue State, the worst hit will be Enugu State. Because the IDP camp you have in Isos or you have in Hamufu will be so overwhelming, and the insecurity you have in the state will be so heavy that you don't understand the consequences of the disaster. So the disaster we had in sub-Saharan Africa today was the nation of Libya. That gave us the free arm. So anybody thinking about foreign powers coming to help, they may not understand that. But having said that, so what's the solution? First, we have inherited a system of governance that we didn't understand. The system of governance was not indigenous, and people should go tell themselves the truth. This thing is not working. Every government in the world that has developed looked at other models of development, models of governance from other countries, but at the same time decided to adopt one that will suit them. For me, we would have used what we had in 1960, which allowed a healthy competition among the regions, which allowed policing to go among the regions, which allowed the regions to think about local government areas they will create, which allowed those things, your primary school, your primary education, your health care, to be taken care at the level of this thing. So we need to retweak that our system, a system that centralizes every security challenge at the federal. It doesn't work. That's simply true. So first we must look at that. Number two, we must go into national dialogue. People, scholars should come up with ideologies of how to make an average Nigerian understand clearly that you are a Nigerian first before you become an ethnic bigot. That any insecurity in any part of Nigeria is an insecurity everywhere in Nigeria. Because if you don't do that, and then people buy into that idea like Chinese people bought into the idea, they cannot wait for you, to begin to bring out or you marshal out your plan to development. So Nigeria has to have a strong base using media men like you, having a reorientation of mindset, across the federation. How do we understand clearly that life is not all about how much money you have? It's not the digits. It's about quality of life. If you are healthy, you have food, you have shelter, those needs are given to you. There's nothing you are doing with money. And that is what developed nations that has actually gotten almost near to perfect security, like Finland, Scandinavian countries, they have a high, very high human development index. So that is second aspect to it. Then the third aspect is begin to look at how you deconstruct the so-called omnibus word called insecurity. Let me tell you the truth. If I fire one shot of gun here, I expended over 1,000 naira. So if you give a military man and they expend 50,000 bullets multiplied by 1,000 naira in a day, that's just about, maybe if you have about a military man of no more than 30 or 40, and you look at this scattered across the federation, how do you begin to pay those bills? Who manufactures those bullets? You are buying them. That's what America is interested. Let's sell to you. And for using satellite, it's not going to be possible. I've said it can without numbers. For one ton of time. But you know clearly that whatever you want to do is dependent on what the West gives you. So how many times have Nigerians gone to the West to ask, please, can you help us locate where these people are? Let's use surveillance cameras and handle them.
You will still come back to it. Mr. Comrade Ofoma said that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria seems to be defective when he made certain recognitions
of Sharia
that tends to cancel the secularity it has.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say, that we need to come back and look at that our constitution. I quite agree with that. But again, let me remind us, we were ruled by two colonial masters. Unfortunately, one is written, one is not written. The Fulani hegemony, the Ottoman Danfodio, was coming from the Sahel. The West was coming from the South. Incidentally, they defeated the Fulani Sultan of Sokoto issue between 1904 and 1908. And they brought a constitution that is purely Western. To accommodate those of our brothers they defeated, they included Sharia. Remember, the constitution we're having today, if you go into it, look at Britain, look at US, it's an offshoot of Christian church. Remember that clearly. So people may not understand this. And if you look at it, it allows the Western culture to be in the constitution. In order to accommodate and stop the rift, they brought the Islamic culture to equally be so that we can cohabit. But we need to disaggregate that and bring up what is good for Nigeria. Irrespective of, remember, the rights of the internationalists are not even recognized. Today we give public holidays for Christians and the Muslims. What about the traditionalists? The one that is African. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So we need to deconstruct that constitution. We need to bring it on the table, and everybody will look eyeball to eyeball. We were first Africans before our brothers from the west came and our brothers from the north came. So we need to deconstruct that. That's why I was talking about. Yes, there is need to soft part of the leadership to come on board and then begin to change our psyche.
You were itching to make an input
my last
based on
that America intervention or saying that Nigeria is committing a genocide. I don't want to dispute that. Christians are being killed. And you know that Sharia, if you don't see you as a Puritanist, somebody who is not practicing Islam the way they want it, they can as well kill you. For them, it's not an offense. Secondly, it is not wrong to partner with America to help us solve our problem. Even Russia, USSR, they are hiring mercenaries to fight war in Ukraine. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's my input.
Yes, I was going to
ask me?
Actually ask you about saying that Trump's position is not done, but we have seen.
No, Trump's position is not correct. You cannot say Christians are killed in Nigeria and you don't mention the other people that are killed in other regions. Let me tell you something.
Wait, but you told us, or you told the listeners or the viewers that they should read history.
Yes.
And history has it from the days of Ottoman Dafodio that he will Islamize
jihad.
No, you don't
back to the sea.
You don't get what I'm trying to point out. The Christians who came from the south actually sold Bible. Matthew Kuka is in the north. They came from the Bible. They want to drop Bible in the sea. Those that came from the north want to keep their sword in the river. It is interest of economy. I said these two religions are alien to Africa. They are destroying Africa. Take them away. You should be concerned with people's belief. You shouldn't come into your system. Now
it's not possible.
No, wait, it's possible. China did it now. Now let me explain this clearer. The person that tells you that Christians are killed, actually I said it's correct. Then you said Muslim fundamentalists. Who equally killed more Muslims? Why didn't you mention the Muslim they killed? Now the issue is very clear. The man that is killing is a criminal. Who is he killing? He's killing both Christian and Muslim. You are trying to make me see that he's only killing a Christian. You are trying to spur others to come into war.
Religious element.
I am not disputing that.
Like Fulanis. They are killing and occupying land.
In the
They are not
southeast,
killing for money.
No, in the southeast, let me explain this. In the southeast, a Christian, an Anglican priest was killed in Imo State. Who killed him? It wasn't not members of unknown government.
What is the motive?
No, I don't care about the motive. He's killing. Now, those people that killed in Jos, even in Benue State, they are hired, they kill. In fact, the government earlier said clearly that those that destroyed Benue State are portion from Abuja. So they are hired to kill. You give them connotation of Islamism. Those are not Islam.
If you hire people to kill, will they occupy their land?
No, look at it. But what I'm trying to point out is that killers are to be treated as killers. Why are they not killing in Saudi Arabia? Why are they not killing? So what
Saudi Arabia is not controlled by Fulanis.
No,
I'm telling you that there are people who are expansionists.
If you listen to my
who are killing to expand.
I say Africa
to take land.
That's why I say Africa.
That's why I say it's a complex situation.
Yes.
And they are being used by the global terror merchants.
Exactly.
Okay, gentlemen. You see, for want of time, we may not go further with this discussion, but we'll come back next time to have yet another one. This is Arena, Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is where we're going to draw the curtain on today's edition of the program. And from Dr. Chikezie Obase.
Our listeners, our viewers, and everybody, thank you very much. Let's keep hope alive. Let's believe Nigeria is going to work one day, and let's begin to think about patriotism. For you listening and viewing us, remember one day you could be the governor, you could be the local government chairman. Think how to make Nigeria better.
And Comrade Ken Ofoma.
Thank you for having me. We'll meet again.
From me, Rex Arum, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance alongside my guests, and thank you for being with us. God bless you all.
Hooray! It's Christmas. The King is born. Hey children, it's time to laugh, to dance and have some fun. Put on your dancing shoes and bring your friends along. Come on, it's the Aneke TV Children's Christmas Party 2025. Let's go! We got dancing, spelling bees, sack race, jumping 1, 2, 3, lots of games and surprises too. All we are waiting for is you. And venue is Aneke TV, number 30, Edinburgh Street, Ogwini Layout, Enugu. Come take your seat. Time is 12 o'clock. Don't be late. We can't wait to celebrate. Sponsored by Indomie. Yummy treats. Colgate, our smile so sweet. Kellogg's, bring the crunchy cheers. Malta Guinness, energy all year, powered by Nigerian Breweries, and this is the best party guaranteed. Come one, come all. It's Christmas cheers. Be there, be happy. The fun, it's here.
Christmas is just around the corner, and with the current economic reality, many Nigerians are rethinking how to celebrate this festive season. We look into the streets to find out how many are preparing.
Christmas is a yearly occurrence. Whether you like it or not, it must happen. So for me, the best thing I will do is to be happy with my family. That's the way we're going to celebrate it. Whether we have money, whether we have anything, we're going to enjoy ourselves, just like that.
With the economy of Nigeria, we will do things according to our ability. We might not go out of the way to begin to do excessive things. Since the economy is biting hard now, we have to cut our coats according to our clothes. We need to do things with moderation, according to our income, according to what we have. Gone are the days when we do excessive celebration, do unnecessary things. These days we do things that are necessary. You can put food on the table for people, the children and the family. You're okay.
I'm not planning anything because there is no money. I can't just pretend I don't have money, but I know that God can do something tomorrow.
Christmas is being celebrated every year. If you don't do it the way you want this year, maybe next year, there's no die on it. You just plan it the way your economy, your level. Maybe last year eat 10 cups of rice. Today you have only 2. Eat that 2. Nobody knows about tomorrow. That's the way I'm planning to my sister. I'm not doing it do or die affair, no. I just take it cool. Whatever I have with my family, with friends, we share. If we don't have, we pray and ask God to continue to help us in next year.
I am not seeing people. Other people see Christmas. I see business. So I'm not in a celebratory mood. I'm in a hustle mode. I see your money, I'ma take it. But in general, so far so good. There's a lot to be thankful for. So all glory to God.
To celebrate this Christmas is actually going to be hard for now. Because the economy, hey, is very, 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 very high. There is no money to celebrate the Christmas. In fact, there is nothing like to celebrate this Christmas because there is nothing to use and celebrate it.
The economy has nothing on me. As you see me, I am fully outside this Christmas. See this Christmas, anywhere it's happening, you're going to see me there first. It doesn't concern me. If the economy let it go low, 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 low. The children of God must survive. So with this economy, me, I'm going to flex life. I'm going to go out because I've worked so hard since the beginning of this year. So this Christmas, I'm going to enjoy myself. With or without the economy being bad, it don't concern me.
From budgeting carefully to focusing on family over spending, Nigerians are finding creative ways to keep the festive spirit alive despite the tough economic times. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, reporting for Aneke TV.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.